Hi, can everyone hear me okay? If people are here, can they please show a thumbs up or something to let me know that you can hear me? Okay, there we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, this was really impromptu. Like, Miss Cat, I had plans to call you. This is not something that was planned. Um, there are a couple people that need readings. Where it's unwise for us to do it one-on-one. So that's why this popped up really suddenly, and I'm sorry for the wait because was getting instructions about stones and about clearing my energy and stuff. So I'm still setting up a couple of stones. Let's see here. Oh, I'll have to scroll back later and see what you guys are talking about because it looks interesting. Nook, you're first up. Um, I know that they meaning guides, they've asked me to ask you to remove any jewelry on your hands and um, if you have any other jewelry like a necklace or something that connects you to romance, past, present, or future, they would like you to just pocket that temporarily as well. As long as it is okay by you, like that is, you're not in a place where it'll get lost or be a problem in any way. Okay, good. Um, okay, the next thing is I know you're a candle maker. Do you have one lit in your house at the moment? If Okay, guys, please give me clear sight about where you want me to put these stones. Okay, thank you. Here. Where does this? Okay, stays here. All right. Where does this? Okay, this goes here for her. All right. This goes on either side for her protection. Got it. This goes for positive. Okay, same. It needs to be central. Okay. Trauma. Healing. These go here. Okay, thank you. Here and here. Hello, little horsey. Sorry about that. Did these stay on? Okay. This one. This goes here. On. No. Okay. So this one. Okay. So these will go in the box. This needs to be in the hand. Dragonfly. Okay. Nookie. What's your spirit animal, honey? Or one of them that you identify with? I know this is all weird, but you probably understand it, and that's what's important. Okay, hold on one second. about that. So we've got the lion. They also, for your purposes tonight, Nook, they wanted me to bring up the seahorse, the whale, and then one of my guides is a dragonfly. So that particular one, that for me. Okay. Nook, I sort of know what's going on, but what do you want your primary question to? How do you want to start? If you're, I mean, you're going to have to talk to me a little bit in chat once we get going, but if you want to text your first question or whatever, or just clarify the order of questions for me, that would be really useful. Also, I just need confirmation, a thumbs up, that everyone here is in a safe space. To be receiving readings. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, please watch over and protect everyone present at this reading. Please help to clear the way for my pantheon to be able to speak with anyone who needs information, to speak with their archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters. Please clear the fields of communication, clarification, protection, and listening, like, or hearing. That might be even better, like being able to hear anyone that needs to hear, being able to hear clearly the messages that Spirit is sending through. I think I got a text. Okay, here. Okay, those in those orders. Okay, that's good. That's why I wanted some clarifiers. Yes, I am in a safe space if you're asking me, Miss Cat. Thank you for asking. Okay, I've got my, okay, here we go. I wondered, I sat on this stone like I'm a little freaking hen or something. What do you guys want that? Okay, I see. Shuffling. The first question Nook wants to ask is about financial security. So we really would like to know some information about financial things on behalf of Nook. At this time, we would like to know about security. We would like to know about assistance. We would like to know about independence and timing in regards to the financial situation, please and thank you. I'm going to keep shuffling until you guys ask me to stop. The first question is going to be in regards to, I think we need to do a short window to just at least take a look. In the next 30 to 45 days, guides and angels, can we please look in the next 30 to 45 days about any financial support, independence, security coming in? Can we look at what financial independence, security, and assistance looks like for Nook in the next 30 to 45 days, including all forms of abundance, not strictly financial, things that involve a plentiful, bountiful energies in all sectors that have to do with survival and independence. So in the next 30 to 45 days, please, thank you. What does financial security or what do the financials look like in general for Nook independently in the next 30 to 45 days, please? Okay. Well, that's a good one to flip out first. Okay, excellent. Thank you. How many are we doing? Okay. Hit first. Wow. Nook, I'm getting a lot of major arcana, honey bun. This is under that one. Okay. I see. Where does this attach? Here? Okay, we'll put these to the side and see. Anything else? Okay. Okay. This goes here, right? Okay. Okay. So, Nook, just in regards to just general financial security and independence in the next 30 to 45 days, let me tell you what dropped. Strength card came out first. King of Wands came out second. Justice came out third. King of Swords is attached to the Justice card. Four of Pentacles is next. Then we have some additional information coming in the form of the Moon and the Five of Cups. So, some of this stuff has already popped up in your past readings. So they're advising immediately, right? The Strength card is your advice in terms of behavior, right? So courage, strength, control, self-control, right? So, and then there's some other messages here about making some quiet moves, right? Stealth. So anyway, the advice is to keep your self-control, keep your cool, so that any moves you make are just not anything anyone can counter. Um, in terms of in terms of the security in that time frame, right? There's a lot of motivation behind that need. So it's not just a need or a desire. It is being motivated by spirit, right? They are contributing really heavily, and so that sort of I'm taking that to mean, and what I'm hearing also is don't just look for it in the usual places. And with the usual suspects, sort of keep your eyes peeled about for other means. It's not like, meaning it's not just going to come from job. Like, look around, take really good stock of the support people you have, whether they are local or not. Take really good stock of anything you might have to sell, trade, or barter. Take really good stock of anyone you might trust to share responsibilities with if you're going to change, like locations or arrangements or whatever. Then the next card is justice. I think you will understand this is not judgment, it's justice, okay? And so this has come up in another one of your past readings pretty recently, about revisiting with Lady Justice. A revisit or a rearrangement in that sector. I'm pretty sure this is making sense to you, but you can ask questions in text later if you want to. I'll take pictures and send them to you. But re-engaging with Lady Justice is supported by the King of Swords, right? You know, who is action and a good warrior, but he's not like a physical warrior, right? Like, he's like a master chess player. And so making some really smart maneuvers in collaboration with Lady Justice could really help your situation. Four of Pentacles came up towards the end: stability, savings, foundation, and security. So the outcome looks good, right? Keep your cool, right? Look around for alternative resources and assistance, not assistants, but people who will assist you. Renegotiate with Lady Justice, with either someone that can help you make sort of Bobby Fischer kind of chess moves, or just having done enough research to do so. And then that will bring about enough sort of, just these tweaks will bring enough confidence to you that you are moving enough in the right direction, and that there's enough help coming that if you need to make decisions, you can. You know, they are talking, of course, the Five of Cups talks about loss, the moon, dreams, intuition, shadows. Sometimes people read the moon as being sneaky sneaks, you know, or being not fully not showing you the whole picture, right? But in this particular situation, I think it's advice, right? It's move in the moonlight, right? Move from shadow to shadow if you have to, and keep your chill. They understand, of course, that, you know, you're experiencing where the situation is bringing about some sorrow, some loss, some transition that, like, you know, most people wouldn't want to necessarily even have to think about making. Like, it's not that you even have to make it, it's just thinking about making it is hard on you, and they understand that. I think they're offering support, but I'm going to ask to see if I can just get a supplemental card on that, and then we'll move on to the next thing, because I know there's a couple things we need to burn through, and I know I'm never good at burning. Can we get can you show me, guys, what kind of thing you're saying in relation to this loss, these feelings? What can you offer in terms of, okay, thank you. Okay. So what they're offering to you, like in terms of soothing in regards to that Five of Cups, they're talking about, I got the Queen of Wands, right? So they're talking about your creativity, your leadership, how focused you can be. All of these things are things I know about you very, very strongly. They're wanting to remind you who you are, because sometimes when you're feeling really vulnerable, it's easy to forget. But they want you to remember what a leader you are every day, even in a situation where perhaps other people don't want you to appear thusly, or you don't feel like you do. You are actually the leader, whether people like it or not, in your circumstance every day. And your ability to focus when it's really important, and or just in general, really, is pretty stellar. I've witnessed it myself. And so they just want to remind you, if you keep your cool and you keep breathing, even though things suck, they just are reminding you who you are. Okay, so that's sort of general in terms of the finances. I mean, I'll ask, will you gain financial security? I don't think anybody will in 30 to 45 days, you know what I mean? But I'll ask just that direct question and see what we have here. You're on your way. So I got the Ace of Wands, and this deck in particular, it talks about, it's talking about career and the beginning of a new phase in your career. It's also talking about traveling or relocating. Sometimes that just means from one job to the other. Sometimes that means places, but that also can be a metaphor, traveling towards better career opportunities and beginning a phase where security is on its way. So that is a pretty loud yes. I'm looking at my text here. Infidelity in the last 30 days. Okay, honey bun. We're moving there. And then you can text me or ask in chat about any clarifiers that you might want as we move through it. Can you give me an emoji to let me know you're still with us? Archangels, angels, and guides. Ascended masters, both mine and Nook's. Please gather around and help us answer the other question about infidelity in the last 30 days, what it looks like, where it is focused or not focused. And I'm going to also ask what energy is attached to that, what energy is motivating that if we see it, and like the reckoning or reasoning energies around it. Okay, again, this is infidelity in any way that it is defined by the recipient of this reading in the last 30 days, please and thank you. Can you please show us the status of partners and infidelity in the last 30 days? Okay, I'm getting a text. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, that's there's offering a little bit of advice in text, and to the party being read. And that is something that's been not only discussed, you amazing, lovely, kind text person, but actually pretty well researched. But it's a great idea, and it's always good to hear that reinforced. The situation you're talking about is not exactly as it's appearing, but that is still great, relevant advice. Right? Okay, so rewire my brain here. Okay, so again, can we see infidelity in the last, wow, okay, 30 days, please and thank you. However that is defined by our recipient. Okay. Thank you. Okay, you guys want to do a full, okay. Yes, you do. Okay, I guess I'm not going to read inversions. We'll see what happens here. Wow. Wow, okay. Okay, we're going to, guides, we're going to go for another holy cow nook. I'm saying holy cow, don't get totally freaked out, but I'm saying holy cow because they still want me to keep going just for layered information. But so far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major arcana cards have dropped. There's the King of Swords again. Okay. Anything else, guys? Okay. This one. Okay. Thank you. Another major arcana. Okay. Before I move forward, baby doll, I just need a emoji in my text or in the chat. Let me see if I can get my weird handmade decks here that gives titles here. Start shuffling that. Thank you. Okay, so I'm also shuffling this little handmade deck that I'm just looking for details. Okay, but so the question was just infidelity in the last 30 days. Okay, so so the answer is I mean, there's a lot of interesting things going on here. I don't want to over talk because I know you don't want me to. So, the first thing that dropped is the Seven of Cups, right? Which is about having what feels like sort of unlimited decisions. Often when it drops, it has to do with lots of decisions can be made. Some of them are really great ones, and oftentimes this turns up when somebody has chosen like the worst cup they could choose. No. It has nothing to do with anyone here listening, guys. So it's fine. Nobody has to leave. So the next, is the Wheel of Fortune, which in this context just sort of means, God, it's kind of like it's like a crapshoot, right? It's not really like organized, just like it's turned up before. It's not really organized. It's just about being like kind of out of control and so like not focused for a lot of different reasons, that if the he spins the wheel and it lands on something, like he's just gonna go for it. Like there seems to be very little reasoning. The moon turns up next, and in this case, it is about secretive stuff. Then the Two of Cups, which is actually usually stronger than the Lover's card. Now, again, I was trying not to read inversions, but it moved around on my board, and so Two of Cups insists on being inverted. So, usually when it turns up upright, it's talking about like a connection that's so strong. It's like, people that are married for like freaking 75 years and celebrate their diamond anniversary and stuff. This insists on being upside down. I don't know. I'm going to ask for a clarifier about that. It could be about fear more than about what's really going on. Okay. The next is the High Priestess, which in the grand scheme of all your readings and what we know already, and then the fact that it's followed by the King of Swords, which in this deck is not always the best in this, because it's like this weird sort of romance relationshipy deck. They are afraid because they're becoming more and more aware of how aware you have been of everything. And that's actually freaked them out, but that's something you already knew, right? Your intuition and awareness of the situation, however stupid this person was for thinking that you don't pay attention to things and that you're not like the detailed, intelligent, tuned in person that you have always been, but like they didn't have that figured out, and they're figuring out more and more lately, and it's freaking them out. It's what's making them more combative. It's what's making it be just so all over the place, because I think part of it is they're trying to test what you pick up on and what you don't. Like it's almost like a litmus test. So some of all of this sort of crazy, like eeny, meeny, miny, mo, I'm gonna just flirt over here and dabble over here. They're sort of almost like testing your crystal ball to see like what you know and what you don't know. Under that Seven of Cups, turned up the Five of Cups, which is about mourning the loss of something good. This is both tied to both of you, right? So, whereas, and it's tied to the Seven of Cups, which is having a lot of wonderful decisions you could make and making a shitty one every time. It's because, or partially because mourning the loss of what they thought was complete control and the complete ability to keep blinders on you, and also that comes with a lot of realizations that you know a lot of things, and so they're mourning the loss of your good opinion. Like they liked having your good opinion of them, and they're really like that was important. It's reading pretty narcissistic. That's not going to surprise you. And so, they're really, a lot of this behavior is also because it's like, well, I was a king and now I've been dethroned, and through her eyes, I was always fantastic and now I'm not. And some of that's kind of delusional. Okay, but either way, under the Wheel of Fortune, which is, hey, which way is this going to land, comes the Devil, which in this particular, well, in lots of decks, but in this deck, it has very specifically to do with sexual temptation. And again, this is something so far I haven't seen any emotional thing that has the dabbling, right? And it is strictly about being sneaky sneaks and thinking that a momentary itch being scratched is more important than anything else. It's not, because this is not just about you. There are a lot of other people attached to the scenario, and they could give a crap when they have an itch that needs to be scratched because they're just an infant. Immediately following that is the Death card. Right now, cards you're very familiar with cards. It always has to do with a new beginning, with a rebirth. And of course, that has to do with an ending too. The way this card sort of turns up, it looks like the rebirth is in process. It is not complete. So it sort of turns up looking like half loss, half uh, renewal. Okay. Um, the Page of Pentacles came up, and this was the only other one aside from the Two of Cups that just absolutely freaking insisting on being inverted. And in this deck, it's a kiddo with a dog in the backyard, and this kiddo looks like a picture of another kiddo I've seen, and it's upside down. And so this just reinforces that this person is just not thinking about anybody. They're just flailing and they're a mess. Now, that has really little to do with you, right? Like, it's not like a judgment on who you are or anything like that, other than the fact that they really thought they really this is this too, they really believe that king of the castle bullshit, right? And it's wonderful to be the king of the castle if you have anything at all to do with maintaining the castle, supporting the good works of the castle, if you have an awesome queen ruling with you, right? But like, that is not the picture, and that's why it's bullshit. It's not like kings of the castle don't exist, right? um, and I want to clarify on this, but the Hermit card comes up next, right? And, a lot of times that could be taken as like wise, wizened person having time alone or whatever. But this is sort of almost reading like more like this person. He's just living like he lives alone. Like, there's no repercussions on anybody but him. Lord. I asked I asked for a clarifier for the devil and death, and I got the tower. Um, so he's he's just out to ruin all parts of his life. Like, he is on like some sort. He's just bound and determined to just leave rubble, and it's none of it is making any sense, right? And it's not just like at home, right? It's in his family, it's with his friends, it's at his job. Like, he's just being a Tasmanian devil with his life and just burning through freaking everything. And then the thing that came attached to that they fell together, um, is the Six of Cups, but it's inverted. And in this, there are universal meanings, but every deck is different. And this one, oh gosh, it's about this card would be translated as literally, you can't see yourself anymore. Not you, him. He can't see himself anymore. He's so gone, he doesn't have a reflection like that shows him anything familiar. Um, hold on, I'm taking pictures of this stuff for you because this is a lot of major arcana sets. This is a lot, a lot. Now, I know that you want details on I mean, I just know you're big on like who, what, when, where, why. Like you're a journalist, right? Um, so okay, hold on. I want to send this to you. I actually forgot to take a picture of the first um, thing about finances, but it was really all clear, so I'm not as worried about that. Okay. It says it's sending. I don't know why it's not sent. Hold on a second here. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to use like this like who, what, when, where deck I made a while ago to lay down on top of these because I know that's what you want. If we can't, if that doesn't work out for whatever reason, because it's my deck and I'll get the rods out just so we can ask about like numbers or that kind of thing. I think you are. That's why I want to get a little bit of confirmation here. Okay. Okay. I hadn't asked about getting a card to support a specific part of the reading yet, but Sagittarius has popped out a couple different times, so I'm just leaving it out. You might know who that is. It might be his BFF, I'm not sure. You would know. But we're going to see who else. Okay, so Archangels, Angels, Guides, and Ascended Masters. We're trying to find some clarification about can we please clarify the Devil? Can we please clarify the Seven of Cups and the Wheel? So first, can we please clarify? We'll start, please, with this Seven of Cups. Can we please clarify what type of people and choices he's choosing between? Okay. 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 What else can you tell me about the people or vices in this Seven of Cups, please? Okay. Ooh, that just like flew across the room. Holy hellfire. What's this? His folks are divorced, right? The stepfather card just dropped. Okay. Ooh, okay. Here came out a lot. Okay. So the things are people related to the bad decisions. Okay. Um, uh, it has something to do with. Um, I mean, I know he's had trauma and stuff like that. Okay, mom and stepdad. Okay, so this is a lot of this chaos for whatever reason is about stirred up energy of things that happened when he was a teen, involving stepfather. It's talking about a parent and teen relationship. Now, I know that there is sort of a preteen or early teen that, you know, is currently at that age, but this is talking about like the reasons between all this, the reasons behind all this like chaotic decision making and just sort of crazy, non-linear, nutty stuff. It's not what I expected to see, actually, but it is talking about like this is chaos that was caused by some sort of thinking that was established or trauma or something that was established when he was a teenager. It has to do with the parent-teen relationship. The stepfather comes up. The beautiful bisexual, universal love, pansexual card came out. I think that's N, right? I don't want to say his name publicly, but I think that's friend N. That doesn't mean like completely what we think it means, but he is consistently his partner in crime, and that's who I think you know he's part of this. You know, he's involved in like all of this chaos and going out and making bad decisions because they've got such a huge trauma bond, and then when they both sort of flash back together to the source of the trauma and like the sort of the immature impetus to be acting just like a crazy person, you know, it's stuff that happened in their teens for both of them. It's also the time when they bonded. So to me, this also has a lot to do with bio dad as well, meaning like, well, okay, this has come up before in your reading, so it's not like completely new, but it's like about how he had really strong expectations about what roles people should take in the household and the certain expectations and that warped thinking, which came from bio dad for sure, and maybe stepdad. I'm not sure if stepdad created that idea or if stepdad was trying to correct that thinking and that created strife in the home when we were younger. When it comes down to like the type of like woman that he might be choosing when he's in that particular mode, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, who gives a fuck, hey, come on, let's go kind of mood. It's unknown birthday or sign. So I think in terms of the group you were thinking about earlier, that, you know, where he might fish from, I think you were right about that in this kind of thing. Hold on, let's see. In all aspects, mom and stepdad. Yeah, I know they were together all last weekend. I don't think he was where he said. Yeah, probably. We're going to find that out. Okay. For the Wheel of Fortune guides, can we please get some clarifiers? Could you please also show us, if that's possible, some directions the wheel might point when he's making these decisions so that like she has a jumping off point? Okay. Do you know the date of N's birthday? Just like the okay. Some of the stuff we've talked about before about not being really clear about what the family is up to, like if they have, I don't know, if they're involved in certain types of business, like as a family. That's what's coming up here more than girls. Um, Bossiest sibling comes up, and we've talked about him before. Um, Grandmother and matriarch comes up. Um, and then Aries, but it says Aries energy, so it's not necessarily the sign, it's Aries energy. They're the baby of the zodiac, um, and their fire sign, February 28th. Okay, so yeah. Yep. Okay, so this sort of like Wheel of Fortune um, thing, again, it's come up before. It's come up before in conversation with us and in readings where um, it feels like it's not like he's spinning the wheel. Someone is spinning the wheel and saying, it landed here, go do this, go do that. Um, Bossiest sibling, bossiest brother has something to do with that. We've talked about him, but it goes back more generations than I was expecting to see. Um, is there any guides? Is there any other clarifier for that? The not the sister, but the wife. Um, the wife. I know that one of them like has a relationship that's off and on, and I think last time we talked it was off. But the one where the brother where the wife stays. Okay, they're just trying to talk to you about which brother is the bigger problem. The one that has the wife that stays and asks you a lot of snoopy questions that seem random, but you've talked at length about how they're not random. She's she's coming up to point to which brother. Can we please have clarifiers for this devil card? We're really looking for the answer to what vice is. That's interesting. Okay, this is weird. Okay, so we're going to ask the rods for better clarifiers, but under the devil, when I asked about vices, right, what vices, it came up. Okay, basically it said, based on these little support cards, it said, wives are joyfully monogamous. Husband card came up, and then it said, cheating. Partner doesn't know I am cheating. And then a card that, because these are handwritten cards, then the next one that came up said, things are as I say they should be. So basically, the biggest vice is thinking, hey, wives are monogamous, husbands aren't. Wives don't need to know, it's none of their effing business. So say I. So that's actually like bigger than like drugs turning up so far, right? It's about it's about thinking, archaic thinking. Can you please, with this deck, can you please show me? She really would like to see what kind of women and what kind of connection, please and thank you. Okay, so this is interesting. So I asked, you heard me, you heard what I asked, right? So, like, what kind of women? Uh, the ones that film from their home for like OF turn up right away. But like, it's a job, it's not a special connection, and they are always in their home. Like, so it's not something where he meets them in person at all. Okay. Then there is like the representation of basically drunk girls in bars, right? Um, that, but what's interesting is they're not like, necessarily what you would expect. They're not like experience sluts like some of us have been. It's like slightly younger, over 21, right? But slightly younger girls who think, oh my goodness, I've got to catch. Like, they're the kind of like girl is represented on a on a sitcom where like they meet a guy and dance with him at the club and then call their mom and go, hey, I met someone, I met someone. Hello, how are you? It's nice to meet you. How are you this evening? Is it Diroy Sama or is it Droy Sama? If you please, but welcome either way. So, so Nook, the type I'm talking about that would meet at the club and like want to hold hands and call their mom and say, "I met the greatest guy." They're not going home with anybody. So, D Roy Sama, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for being here. So yeah, so Nook, it is interesting. So like that's like an ego thing. That's like an ego thing out at the bar or the club or whatever, to sort of have a girl to impress, to have a girl think you're the bee's knees, but that is not, that never leaves the club. Okay. Then this is one I want clarifiers for. The Hierophant. The Hierophant came up. Now, in this particular deck, the Hierophant looks rather akin to Cleopatra. Um, and in the context of this question, this particular person, I'm surprised to see, but this in this like interpretation, this is someone that he's known a long time, that is of the same cultural ethnic background, cultural or religious background as well, that he feels understands where he comes from. And so I am going to ask, like, can you guys please clarify what kind of things he and this person do, because I didn't expect to see someone old. Okay, so this person is an ex. Do you know maybe who I'm talking about, Nook? This person is an ex, and they didn't always have smooth sailing, because they have had to navigate like each their relationship with. I'm sending you a picture of the card because I feel like, who knows, it might actually look like whomever. But this is someone with whom he's had to navigate and have, like, in the past, some sort of conflict resolution with. Um, and and so it is some kind of X. And the crazy thing is, right, it's the Hierophants. I'm using all kinds of different decks, by the way. So this is not like a poorly shuffled deck. Like, here, like, we're going to run out of major arcana here, honey. So this lady, this X, came up as the Hierophant, somebody who he has a lot of cultural, religious, and history background similar. At least there's similarities. They do have a past where they've had to navigate collaborating, and because justice came up as a confirmation or a verifier of this card, and the chariot came up too. So major arcana, like, all over the filthy place, like, um and I mean, so this is, like, surprising because she's pretty confident about herself too. Are these names from something you sent me earlier? Are these is this all one person's name? Um or are you asking me? Do you, when I sent you that picture, do you know who that is? Okay. We'll do the rods with that. Uh D Roy, um how do you get a reading? Okay. So I'm sorry, we're in the middle of a long one. However, welcome. Um Generally speaking, here, I'll give an initial reading for free because I think people should know, like, what they're buying into. This channel is going to, uh, in a few short weeks, go dead, and there's going to be a transition to a different channel format. Just because when this started, this was not uh, well thought out on my part. However, if you stick around, if you're able to stick around, I'd be able to give you a free reading, or that's either like a general or answer a question for you if you would like. Let me ask. Yeah, we need to do the rods about this because we can get some yes and no I just didn't expect, I expected the OF and I expected the club girls, right, that are just ego strokes, and I don't necessarily think they ever leave the club together, right? Um, so I don't know, everybody considers something different cheating. Well, that's interesting. I shuffled and just asked, like, hey, can this deck in any way tell me, like, does she have a problem? Like, does she see you as an issue? And my happily polyamorous card popped up. So, um, it might be that she's extremely fluid in a lot of ways, but I also I'm not 1,000% confident like that. I'm not 1,000% confident he's told her that you're together. She might think you guys are in separation. I'm trying to figure out how to ask that question. Um, okay. What does this lady, or I don't think this is an archetype, I think this is a specific person. I didn't expect that at all. Um, can you guys please show us? Okay. Can you guys please show us what this person knows about his life? Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I've got a meds alarm going off. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm back now. So it was meds o'clock, and it was the all of them time. Okay, um, so while I did that, I kept pulling. So the answer is she is under some sort of impression that both of you have your at least one foot out the door. Like, I'm not sure this is someone who actually knows you. Um, so, because see, it sure reads like an X, but when I asked for some more support cards, it also could be taken as, but it is someone he knows pretty well. It could be taken as someone like he went to school with or something, or that is a friend of the family that knew him a long time ago, and perhaps when they were younger there was like a what if scenario, and it just sort of didn't ever land that way. That it potentially could be um, something like that. So I'm not convinced that like she and he were together so much that she knows everything about you or even specifically who you are. I think she is under the impression that you guys are either in the process of splitting or have split. Um, because like some of the other support cards are like love is not the right word, but it's the thing that to use to express what I'm seeing, right? It's like he's love bombing her, not really love, right? But so um, he wants to impress her, and he's using sort of a lot of sleight of hand, um, metaphorically speaking, like he's using. Trying to figure out how to phrase it. He's sort of keeping her in the dark about his life, like if she's actually asking questions, but he sort of is using diversionary tactics. Hey, look over there. This doesn't seem like it's necessarily a sexual relationship at this point. And I actually, this if this might help you maybe place her in your brain, um, there's something that keeps coming up about her potentially being a teacher. Um, I'm going to ask one more time about them and, as Dr. Sheldon Cooper would put it, coitus. She's connected to N too. She's connected to N. Um, Also, I got my unexpected helper card come up. Lovingly fills a vacant family role. So it's like, I don't know. It's like she almost thinks he's got a family and he needs help with it or something. I'm trying to figure out quite what this means. But I think she might be connected to N because Pisces popped up, and connected to friend popped up. Um, what about daycare? Is there anyone that pops up for your in your brain? Yeah. Okay. As I was asking about daycare, I was riffle shuffling, and baby, infant, toddler came up. So it would have to do with little bits, teachers or daycare or something. But it is someone there who he would have somehow known from before high school, or family friend. Oh, okay. Does she look anything like that card I sent you? Okay. Do you know what Nancy does? I'm getting teacher vibes, strong teacher vibes off of the cards that have fallen, and um, okay, let me get the rods out. But before we do that, before we get all yes, no, um, do you have any other questions about, like, because with the rods we can find out some specifics about, like, what kind of thing he been doing, right? However, if you have questions about things that are more than, like, yes, no, or choose between two different things, we need to keep the cards out. Okay, you're gonna text me a picture. Hold on. Hey, thank you for subscribing, D. Roy Sama. What would you like us to call you? Like, is there an easy nickname? Do you want us to call you, like, DRS? Perfect. DRS it is. Excellent. Yeah, still here. I was sort of pausing to see if Nook was going to do to text me a picture. I don't know if um, she's getting interruptions. Um, because she might have an interruption in her in her house. Okay, I'm gonna get out the rods real quick and ask some generic questions while we wait, just to get up ahead of it. Okay, hold on. Oh, you did? Okay, hold on, darling. It's not. It's not here. I'm not sure why. I have a signal. About coitus, you mean? Okay, Nook. I'm gonna start and ask like a couple of the generic questions of the rods that I know you want to, just so we can keep it pushing just a little bit. Hold on one second. I'm gonna calibrate. Okay, I think she's getting a charger. I am calibrated on the rods. I have angelic above human energy tapped in. I think that is still the case, correct? Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to stick with this energy, please. Um, angels, guides, ascended masters, teachers. For the time being, if you please. I understand. Usually we leave the channel open for some people to cross in. That's happened a lot lately, to Kat and I the other night especially. But please, can we just stick with this so we can get some solid answers? Okay. Look, the first thing I'm going to ask really quickly of the rods, though, is um, uh, the cards that fell in regards to the type of woman that A is spending time with. Am I interpreting those primarily accurately? Okay, thank you. So, to confirm, there's a lot of engagement with people on sites like Only OF, correct? Thank you. Is there ever a situation where he has intentionally encountered any of those particular people in person? No. Okay, thank you. And then, gently speaking, the young Liberty Gibbets up in the club and at bars, are those people with whom he engages sexually? Yes, but let's clarify what qualifies as sexually. Um, do they have fully naked physical contact away from the nightclubs sometimes? Okay, thank you. And in the we're asking, I should have put the qualifiers here. She's asking specifically in the last 30 days. In the last 30 days, has there been a Liberty Gibbet from a club or a bar where they have gone either to a second location or somewhere out private and have been full on naked one-on-one? Okay, thank you. How many times, can you use the rods please to show me how many times in the last 30 days has that occurred? Okay, thank you. And in terms of what you just showed me, um, what occurred, has that been with the same person? Okay, thank you. So that means, can you show me how many people, with not including Nook, in the last 30 days have been fully naked and alone with him? Okay, thank you. Nook, I'm I think I'm going to text you these replies. I think so, unless you want me to, unless I have your permission to just go ahead and say it on the live. You need to let me know. I'm getting answers. So I know why we're on the live, right? It's the smart thing to do in this situation. That's even why we had a live tonight, but I just need to know, um, do you want me to text it, or do you want me to say it out loud? I have a little, just a teensy bit of a lag, like I think it's like 30 seconds. So I'm going to ask one more time. Are you confirming that I can say it out loud? Thank you. Okay. So we're asking about the last 30 days. It's not what I anticipated seeing or hearing. So last 30 days, um, first of all, he's never, ever, ever met OnlyFans people. I shouldn't have said the whole word. That's all right, though. I'm not monetized. He's never met any OF people in person. He's also never one-on-one. I mean, in the last 30 days, which was our qualifier, he's not one-on-one with any OnlyFans people, right? According to the rods, which are not perfect, right? Everything here is going through both yourself and myself, Nook, and we're not perfect. So this isn't like 1,000% accurate, but my accuracy rating is pretty decent. And so I'm just telling you what I'm being told. So with the OF, they've never in the last 30 days met in person, nor have they soloed, like had one-on-one time together through any device. The Flibberty Gibbets in the club surprised me a little bit. In the last 30 days, there has been some sort of naked-like contact twice, and not with the same person. So the rods confirmed two Club Flibberty Gibbets that mean nothing, in his eyes. They mean a great deal to themselves, their mothers, the rest of us that enjoy humanity. But so I specified, naked person contact. I didn't ask about specific acts. I can do that if you want, but it's been two separate girls, according to the imperfect rods, and because they're run by me, the angels and guides have nothing to do with it, because it could be my energies off. They are always right. So um, it's been two different people, and they don't matter a lick to him. Okay, then now I'm going to ask, in regards to that other card that showed up, I don't know if that person's a teacher or not, but the person sort of represented, surprisingly, by the Hierophant in that deck, looks like Cleopatra. Is that somebody with whom he is um, entertaining having a romantic or sexual relationship? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I know what you showed me psychically, but can you, or however you want to put it, clairvoyantly, um, Can you please verify though for me? It's something being contemplated. Yes, okay. But is it something where has there been sexual contact of any kind between those people at this time? No. Okay. Is this someone he's known from his past for more than 10 years? Big yes. Okay, thank you. Is it someone that he dated extremely seriously in the past? No. Okay. Is it someone he did, in fact, date in some capacity in the past? Yes. When you say past, when we're talking about past, um, are you talking about potentially like they're 14 and 15 in high school? Yes. Okay. So this they know each other from practically like when they were children. Yes. And is the connection through family exclusively and specifically? No. Is the connection through like school and friend groups when they were younger? Yes. How I'm trying to figure out how, and you guys can then answer with the rods in the any ways you can, how these people re-encountered each other. Did he intentionally seek her out to begin communicating? No. Did she intentionally seek him out to begin communicating? No. Did they run into each other somewhere like a school? Because I keep getting teacher vibes. Yes. Hold on here. Okay. Is this woman friends with his brother's wife? It's a really big yes. Um, is he actively making dates with that person at this time? No. Um, does she know that he is in presently in a full on relationship? No. Has she been told that he is single? That was like a 75% yes. When I asked, has she been told that he is single? Um, has she been told that he just completed some kind of relationship? Yep, that's it. The person that told her that, do they are they genuinely under the impression that he is broken up? Yes. So she's gotten information from someone who is under the impression that you guys broke up. So whoever told this girl from knowing through family or whatever that he got out of a relationship and is pretty much free, the reason they told them that is because they themselves genuinely believe that that is true. Let me see what you're asking. They are not actively meeting. She is friends with brother's wife. Does Maria know they are talking? Okay, let me ask that question. Since I know none of these people, can't be probably my higher self answering anyway. Are we tapped in? Thank you. Nook, they said take a couple of deep breaths because they say you're not breathing deeply. Um, does Maria know that A and this woman um, are talking? Talking is such a. Does Maria know that these two people are considering dating one another? Okay, it's like a 10% yes. I think it's more like she suspects. Does Maria suspect that these two people have some interest in one another? Yes. She doesn't know. No one's been gossiping with her like, "Oh, he's so cute and we're seeing each other." Because I'm not sure they're seeing each other yet. I've never seen that person pop up in any of your past readings before. So I think it like they re-encountered each other really recently. Guides, is that true? Did they re-encounter each other really recently? No. Okay, but let me ask this then. Their interest in flirting or dating or whatever their interest is, um, did that begin longer than 30 days ago? No. Okay, so it's been in the last handful of weeks that something happened, or they had an encounter where they had a conversation or something, and then they realized they might have something in common. Yes. Okay. Have they, um, I know they haven't been meeting, have they gone on any kind of date online? No. Have they spent a lot of time speaking to one another in the last 30 days? Okay, that's sort of like a 65% yes, so it's like, yeah, somewhat. Okay, and um, have they like done any video chatting or anything? No. Have they met together one on one, just the two of them? No. So, to clarify, this woman is a fairly high quality woman in comparison to where the other people are in their lives at this time. Yes, okay. And this woman believes he is in separation or doesn't have a partner at all. Is that correct? Yes. Now, to reconfirm again, the person that told her that, do they also believe that he is free to date? Yes. Okay, so they're not intentionally doing something to Nook to be mean. No. Okay. Um, Now, from his angle, right, from A's angle, I understand that there's some sort of family connection and stuff like that, but he's sort of um, just in active destructive mode in general. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay, so in regards to this person, this woman, does he at the moment view her as more significant than anyone else he's paid attention to lately? Okay, it's like a 5% yes. So it's like, not really. Um, is it just that they like encountered each other and he is aware she likes him, so he thinks he might get something interesting out of that situation? Yes. Does A have an email that Nook doesn't know about? Yep, it's a big yep. Okay. Is A telling, well, I need a clarifier. Well, I'll ask. Okay, so is A telling people that Nook and he are no longer together? Yes. It's not 100% yes. So is A telling his entire family that Nook and he are not together? No, he's not said that to them. Is A only claiming to be single when he's out at a club or a bar or an event or whatever? Yeah, yeah. So the person that thinks that they are broken up, did A tell her that they were broken up? No. Okay. Did his brother tell her that they are broken up? Yeah. And did he say that because he believes it's true? No. Did he say that because he just wants to allow his brother to get away with anything he wants to do? Yep. And is that because he too is a person that wants to get away with anything he wants to do? Yep. So he did not tell that woman that you guys aren't together. His brother told her. His brother told her because he's covering both of their butts so that they can just run around and be morons. Disrespectful might be a better word. They're probably not morons. They probably have a lot of great qualities. This just isn't one of them. Does N know? Oh, okay, hold on. Is that Eddie or Noel? Okay. So, guides, this would be Eddie here, please. And this would be Noel. Who is most interested in covering their ass and Alex's in the process? It pointed at Eddie. Okay. Now, that was a really specific question. So, can you tell me which of the brothers, Eddie or Noel, wants to go out and sneak around and allow their brother to do so as well? Both of them. Okay, so that's why I had to ask that question specifically, right? So, the one that was clarified your question, the answer was Eddie, but both of them, it's like family code that if you're out there fooling around, it's like a bros before hoes thing, and it applies to all brothers. N BFF. Does he know what? Does he know that in the clubs there's misbehavior? Does N know that Alex has been unfaithful to Nook in the last 30 days? This is crazy. No, he doesn't. Now, does he know that Alex goes out and flirts and has a good time at the club? Yes. But is N under the impression that after the club that's sort of it's just to flirt? Yes. See, remember in your reading like the other week, it said he treats both of you badly, that he tells no truth to either one of you? N does not know. N thinks it's like a flirty in the club thing and maybe like a looking at OF thing, right? Like, but he just thinks, okay, that's sort of guy healthy and it's not like relationship ruining because it's not like anything other than flirtation. Let me see here. That picture you sent just loaded. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of similarities between those two pictures. Can I ask, since this picture just loaded, um, they were giving me the impression that she might have been freshly out of a thing. That person in the picture with her, are they still together? Okay, hold on. Let me ask. Okay, let me ask about this picture first so that it clears from my energy field. Okay. Oh, hold on. We're having rod kookiness here. Someone else is tapping in. Can I please ask, is this human spirit energy? Yes. I don't know who you are. I know if my guides let you in, you're lovely. And, of course, I would like to give you a chance to speak at some point, but can we please finish this session using angelic or ascended master energy? Just is that okay? I don't want to hurt your feelings. Can you please turn the rods back over, and then if the guides permit you, um, you can come back. Also, do you have something to do? Did you grab these rods because you are someone related to Nook? Yes. Oh my. Are um are you the recent have you passed away in the last few weeks, Nook? Um, your relatives here. This has happened several times this week now. Hold on a second. Mm-hmm. It's I mean I'll double triple check, but this is a gentleman. I couldn't, and I apologize. I couldn't remember if recently you lost a grandmother or grandfather, but this person is male. I'm pretty certain. Okay, thank you. You still have the rods. Okay. See, my guides always know what they're doing. Um, sir, are you Nook's? Are you Nook's grandfather? Yes. I, I don't know why I remembered it that a woman. This is your this is, and sir, you've passed away in the recent, like very recent weeks. Yes. Yes. That's why you're I get it. That's why your energy is very heavy right now because you were recently in physical, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are you doing okay? Yes. Are you here wanting to talk to your granddaughter? Yes. Can you try and tap in and no, take a couple deep breaths, okay, hun, cuz you and I both need to oxygenate this connect, okay? Like cellularly speaking. Sir, do you just have a generic "I'm okay" message? I don't mean that to sound rude. No. Okay. But to clarify, how how are you? Are you okay? Yes. Did you find the light right away and everything? No. Okay. Have you found the light as of right now, or have you been in the light and found it? Yes. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay. Did you struggle finding the light? No. Okay, so it was a choice so you could tie up some loose ends and stuff. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Um, it's lovely to meet you. I don't know your name. I'm really sorry. I mean, I know it's Grandpa. Um, it's really nice of you to come. I'm very surprised. Um, I've met some of your ancestors via Nook, but not a family member we could specifically identify because they were from farther back. Um, can you could you mm, I know I heard what you said, but I would like to confirm with the rods, please. Are you Joe? Yes. You said Joe. He said Joseph. Um, yes, yes. Okay. Naki wants to talk about cycle breaking. I'm sure you understand what that means, right? That was so nice of you to answer, sir. I met her. Okay. No, he's saying he's sorry. He did the best he could to raise him right, but grandpa, made a lot of mistakes and um, spent a lot of time while he was in physical sad about that because he could see not only the effect on his kid, but how that affected his kids' kids, and how he keeps calling you sweetheart. Um, he keeps saying, sweetheart, like, sweetheart, please don't judge your own, please don't judge yourself for choosing certain types of people when the person that was supposed to teach you how to pick wisely wasn't able to teach you anything. And he really wants to apologize for his part in that. He knows that he didn't make that happen. And of course, he's in a place of, you know, pure like forgiveness and letting go of that stuff. But he wants to apologize for his role in that. Oh, he's going to make me cry. He's so sweet. Um, and uh, he knows that you are facing hard choices that are hard on your heart and that are scary. But he's talking about not only how badly you want to raise little gentlemen, but how significant it is going to be in terms of breaking family patterns. It's going to be so significant when you raise gentlemen that have healthy boundaries with their partners, whether their partners wind up being male or female, that don't carry that burden of having to pick between having being partners that make their loved ones pick between their own safety and the love in their hearts. And he's saying, he, okay, he said, I don't love this phrase because I love animals, but he said, and he said, you lie down with dogs, right? Um, and you raise dogs. And oh, he says he likes dogs too, but it's just an easy phrase that everybody can understand. Um, he's saying like he's sending you so much love and he feels not just like your frustration, he feels that your heart is, you know, you have genuine love for your partner. And he can also see that, just like has been turning up in your readings, that your partner has genuine love for you, but your partner's very broken. And um, that's so not your fault. And also, he says, my dear sweetheart, it is so also not your responsibility. And while it's really important, he says, for you to know with every cell in your body that it is not your responsibility, even though you love him a great deal, He says, even more importantly, please, please, please don't make it your children's responsibility to clean up after this person, to get into a pattern where they have to forgive over and over and over again in order to balance the books, in order to make um, sense of how much they love him. They have to do all of the work on their end. He's saying, please, 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 when you feel weak, remember that. And okay, so, you know, it's so interesting to know like how this communication works, right? So I also, um, I, I said to him and, in my head, basically how we're talking. And I said, it's come up in conversations before where, maybe it doesn't have to be like parting forever, right? But what did he think of that? What did did he think that it was possible like down the line? And he said nothing. He said nothing is permanent but death, and look at him. There's nothing permanent about death either. And so, but he's also saying to me now pretty strictly, that's not an idea you need to worry about. Like, even if it's a comfort to say, hey, if we get all this energy cleaned up and everybody gets help and we take time apart and stuff, we might be able to paste it back together in the future. He's like, let the future handle the future. Don't don't make plans of any kind. Just take care of what's going on now. And um, just the sheer act of taking care of what's going on now will teach your boys an awful lot. Um, he also is clarifying right now, he wants to make sure that he's not sending the message, you better hurry up and do it now. Like, he's saying, take care of yourself, take your time, make sure everything's safe. He's not trying to say you're bad if it doesn't happen this second, but he is saying and confirming it is really advisable. And as someone who loves you a lot, he would be making a big mistake if he didn't tell you that the right thing to do would be to very directly move out in the direction of independence from this situation. Okay, well, let me ask that. He might help me. Sir, do you like if you are, can you please answer this, sir? Are you connected to your angels, guides, ascended masters, whatever you want to call them, source? Yes. I assume they're sort of here with you helping this interaction. Yes, okay. What do you think, just really quick, sir, of the fact that this is happening? Like, is this something you thought you would be doing after you crossed into non-physical? No. Um, so she really, really, really would like to know, um, is there a possibility or a way, a path that you guys see where she can relocate into a new home within the next 40 days? Do you guys see that as something that's actually manageable for her? So it's like a 50% yes. I'm going to double confirm that just because he's new with the rods. Okay, so, sir, that was for sure a yes. If it's like absolutely 100%, there is a way to get it done in 40 days. Can we make the rods really broad? Oh, it's a yes, yes. Finding a way to move in the next 40 days. It's a yes, yes. Sir, uh, from your perspective, can you see her pathway from where she is now to being in a new space in the next 40 days? Yes. Okay. Um, can I ask, is it an obvious path? Yes. So it's not like something where we're looking we need to look at unusual things. No. Okay. Can I ask you this too? Does it involve any kind of transitional housing or arrangements? No. Okay, so you're saying that as her ancestor and family member, in collaboration with Source or the representatives of God and Source and angels and guides and masters and gods and goddesses and deities, however you want to look at it, um, are you saying that you really clearly see that she could be living somewhere safe and meeting most of her expectations in 40 days? Yes. Sir, is this related to the house um, that she has seen on Zillow? Yes. Okay, but he's sort of saying, sir, are you saying there's more than one house she saw? Yes. Okay. Now, she texted me a house. In the next 40 days, do you see um, it being possible that she's living in that house? No. That's what I thought. Is there another house? Another house option? Okay, let me clarify this too, please, sir. Are we talking about a home or a house? Okay, so are you talking about an apartment? No. Okay. Are you talking about, I'm just going to clarify all of the things. Are you talking about a trailer? No. Okay. Are you talking about shelter? No, I already knew the answer, but okay, to that one. Anyway, I don't know much. I knew the answer to that one. Um, is it, I think maybe I already asked this, but I'm going to ask again because I'm circular and also your energy is really interesting to be in. Um, a, is it an apartment? No. Okay. Is it a townhouse? No answer. Um, okay. Uh, is it a freestanding house? Yes. Okay. Is it a duplex or fourplex house of any kind? No. Okay. So it's a freestanding house. Does it have its own, like, front and backyard, at least to some extent? Yes. It's talking about, he's talking about when you were talking about loans. Do you remember when you were talking about loans for something else? So are you talking about she might be able to get a loan? Yes. Is like, are you referring to like a really conventional pathway to a loan? No. Okay. But there's some, you want her to look into something about a loan? Yeah. He's also talking about, so are you saying she's already dreamed it or are you saying she's going to dream it? Um, has she already dreamed it? Yes. He's talking about something about you had some kind of dream that involved um like a home or relocating or something, and some, but it also, he's saying you had some kind of dream about, I don't know if it was about money or jobs or getting a loan, but it was about the quote he said, right? Okay, is you had a dream really recently, and it's because they were communicating with you, right? So about relocation or a house or whatever, but also the dream in some capacity talked about how you got there, like some sort of surprise grant for women or a loan of some kind, or I'm not sure. Did you have a dream? You dreamed someone gave you a house. Okay, let me, sir, are you talking about this dream where she dreamed someone gave her a house? Yes. Okay. Now, I'm assuming, is that some type of, well, it's a dream, right? So is that some type of metaphor? Yes. Okay. Let me just ask the literal question. Is someone just going to give her a house? No. Okay, I'm inspired to ask this question. Um, is there some capacity for her to find a place to live out of state? Is that actually feasible? Big yes. And she's asking about 40 days. Is that something that could happen in 40 days? Yeah. Um, are are you advising she make a B? You were in her cards the other day. Yeah. Or were you the one that was advising going to court to talk about being able to have more flexibility? Yeah. Okay, so when you're talking about relocating, um, is it within the same state? No. Is it back to her um, area of origin? Yes. You said yes. Also, you said that's one of them. Is there another choice to be had in another state? Yeah. And in terms of working that out with people that live in FL, um, that's something that you believe, sir, could be negotiated and handled in 40 days? Yeah. Okay, so you just said, did you just say there are options? Um, okay, using the rod, sir, if this is Florida, this is somewhere else, some other state, and this is home state. Okay. In the next 40 days, which place do you see the path illuminated more directly to? It's pointing at home state. Is that, sir, is that your bias because you're from there? No? Okay. So are you seeing like, you're seeing the path um, is sort of an easier one to navigate In which place one more time? Home state. Wonder if that's changed. She's talking about schooling, right? Um, is there specialty schooling available um, for some reason that she doesn't know about at this time? Yes. Okay, you're getting tired, sir. Yes. Okay. Joseph, do you take a break or be done for the night? Yeah. Okay. He's saying he's saying he loves you and he hopes that you knew that before and he hopes that you feel it now. He's You're going to send her like a wave of love like right now, right? That's sort of like an energy hug. Okay, they keep reminding you to breathe, so I think you're feeling pretty intensely, and I understand that. He's just saying, like, when you feel the energy hit, just make sure you breathe because this is meant as love. Aw, nice to meet you too, sir. He says, okay, so he sent you love, and then and says he's around you, so be listening and paying attention, right? And then oh my god, I lost my train of thought. Oh, he right before, I mean, he's still right nearby, but the last thing he said was keyboard warriors. I'm going to ask the guides. I'm taking that to mean that you need to enlist a bunch of us to start researching. Um, can I have Angel Guide or Send in Master tap in? Are you already tapped in? Yes. Hello. Thank you for that interaction. I hope it was okay by Nook because that that man was sort of on the quieter side about his feelings, but he really is sending her a lot of love. So thank you for bringing that up. Um, did not I haven't expected half of tonight. Um, guys, are you in? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Um, is it actually feasible to see some sort of specialized schooling um, back home? Yeah. Is that something that has very recently changed? No. Um, look, before we go this direction, because I think we could take care of some of this, like, you know, um, like maybe tomorrow when you have alone time, because it's sounding like there's a there's some instructions. Like it's sounding like there might be some sort of. It sounds like it might be like sort of online, but available to him, and but it's not fully online. I'm having a hard time understanding like what they're showing me. It's like I'm having a hard time. So because we carved out this time so you could talk about something specific tonight while you had um, the space to do so. Do you want to double back and just, do you need more answers about your original question? Are you in a good place to stop for the moment, or do you need to ask more clarifiers about that? Because I think the other stuff, he just is really, they're really confident. Like, there's like a path that's going to become really evident. Kat, what do you mean you can ask for one? Like, can you can like specifically, when you start somewhere, you can say, I need a sign-on bonus, or like, do you have knowledge about like that we can share? DRS learned the hard way. Can you clarify what you're saying, Kat? And Nook, can you tell me where we want to redirect this? Because to me, it sounds like we have a resource in Kat. Well, I shouldn't say it sounds like. I know Kat really well. She can help us in terms of research and keyboard warrior to get you where you need to go. She can understand um, a lot about where you are, where you've been. She also knows your industry a little bit, or at least what you studied, right? What you studied, and like went to school for and stuff, and then the field that you are sort of partially in now. She knows a lot about that, so we could pass information back and forth, or have a meeting sometime soon where we get together just on StreamYard and you get some information. This makes a lot of sense though about why, like, that first general read talked about going to the courts like right away. Hold on one second. I've got a animal like wandering in drunk. Hold on a second. Sorry, Nook. I know we were texting back and forth a little bit, but I'm medicating because the rods and a sort of mainline tremor were interfering. I was interfering with the energy, so I took care of the wandering cat. Texted you to see where you wanted to reroute the reading, and so that we could wrap up this portion of the Miss America contest, and then and I'm taking this. My anti-spaz medication because I'm a spaz. Okay, so I'm going to ask the rods, just because it's easier that way, about the question you're asking, which is if, okay. I'd like to reestablish I only ever want to work with those that are of the light, from the light, those that are with God, source, gods, goddesses, who, however source and the Godhead work. I only ever want to collaborate with those that are of the light, from the light, and collaborators with the light. I can feel I have someone tapped in. Are you angelic energy? Hold on, let me turn. I'm sorry, I know the computer is in the way. Okay. This is, am I dealing? Yes, thank you. Are you with, are you with Archangel Gabriel's group? Thank you. Are we allowed to continue to ask questions? Okay, so one of the primary questions Nook would like to ask at this time is A planning on moving his mother into their home in the next 2 months? Okay, it says yes. So is his mother in agreement? Like, is that a done deal? Have they already established that she's planning on moving in? No. Okay. So is it A's idea that she move in? No. Okay. Is it some of the siblings, or some of the siblings saying that mom should come there? Yes. Okay. And is A in agreement with that? Well, what I want to ask is A in agreement with that, or is he being pressured? Okay, so is A being pressured into moving mom in? No. Does A look forward to moving mom in? No. Is A, as Nook asked, is A moving mom in to try and get Nook to leave? No. Does A think of moving mom in so she does work and contributes financially so he doesn't have to worry about things as much? Yes. So he's sort of basically, okay, I heard that loud and clear. Is A um, allowing the conversation about his mother moving in, and even inviting her and all that stuff, because she's just another person he can try and milk? Yep. Do you guys, from your vantage point, see in the next month or two, do you see um, will A's mom, is it more than 50% likely that A's mom will move into the home in the next 2 months? No. It's a no. Hold on, I need to see what you've said elsewhere here, Nook. Okay. Okay, so, okay, I see your last text. Okay. I'm just going to say the name, are Noelle and mom trying to find a way to push Nook out of that house? No. Okay. Is A's mom trying to find a way to push Nook out of that house? No. Let's ask about Noelle because I have a feeling. Is Noelle trying to push Nook out of that house? Yes. It's Noelle. It's Noelle that's really stirring this crap up. Let me ask this, because I don't really even know this part of the story. Um, is part of this because A's mom needs a place to live? Like, is she going to be homeless or something? No. Okay. Does A's mom view going to A's house as her only option? No. Is someone like they're pushing A? Is someone pushing A's mom to consider moving in there? Yes. Is it one of A's brothers? Big yes. Is it both of A's brothers? No. Hey, hey, um, hey, Wolfie, your head hurts. You're headed back to bed. You guys have a great night. Love you. Wolfie, they're talking about ice. Do you use ice packs, honey bun? I just have to say it so the energy clears so I can keep going. They're talking about ice. Um, so it almost feels like something cold, like sort of on your forehead, but sort of like between your eyebrows, and then in that same area, like between your eyebrows on your forehead, up into the hair, like past the hairline area a little bit, like just right there at the front of the scalp. They're saying something cold there, and perhaps even like on your eyebrows. I'm not sure if that makes sense to you. Okay, you were laying on it. Okay, so they're suggesting that you put something on your. Well, they told they told me to tell you one of my lame-o things, so I'll tell you. I don't know if it'll help or not. I take those huge metal serving spoons and I put them in the freezer or the fridge, and then they're like the perfect size for like certain parts of the face and stuff. Or if you have something that's the equivalent of that, like those little like cold facial globes or whatever, they're really saying that center of your forehead in the front, over your eyebrows, up over the scalp into that front part. And then of course they're also talking about on the back of your head, on either side, in that nerve place where the optic nerve comes out at the back, those two sort of lumps at the base of the skull. They're talking about like in that sort of area, but not like there, like, okay, gosh, 3 inches above that on the back of your head on either side. So, like, they want you to ice there and in the front because they're saying if they keep saying it over and over that putting ice on one side or the other helps you, but if you do both sides at the same time, it's like it'll somehow, I don't know, like it'll meet in the middle and help the pain. I don't know if that's true. You should try it. But they're saying like, of course it helps or whatever. You feel better a little bit, but if you do it on both sides, front and back at the same time, It's sort of like layering your medications right in the right way. It's going to be way more effective. They're also saying you're clenching your jaw a lot, probably from pain. So it's like they're talking about it's like they're talking about sitting there and like letting your mouth hang open until you force that jaw to relax. But they're I think they're saying all this because they're just trying to give you relief because like I can feel it like coming up from your jaw, like up in front of your ears, right? Like, like where the jaw meets, like, where like maybe TMJ would be for some people, or maybe even potentially you. And then like this, it's like literally they drew, like I could draw it on my forehead where they want the ice, and then on either side, not all the way across the back, but on either side in the back. Um, they're talking about muscle relaxers. Oh, good, a new night guard. That's good too. They're saying you're going to say that muscle relaxers don't work very well, but in this combination, that they think you should try it. I don't know. I don't ever know if I'm right, but in terms of hearing them properly, but I know that they're always sending the right stuff. It's just a matter of, do I hear them right? Okay. Nook, your last question was something about, no, 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 no. What's her motive? Is it, it's Noelle, right? That's who you want to know about motive? Methocarbamol, is that your muscle relaxer? I've, I don't know that one. Do you have, Wolf, do you have choices between two muscle relaxers? Is that why you're trying to clarify? Because I can just ask them to specify which. I feel like you might have two. I don't know if one's old and one's new or what. Okay, what's okay. Well, we're waiting on that really quick to know about the multiple muscle relaxers. I'm going to ask what Noelle's um, intentions are. Guides, what deck? Mother, interesting. Roboxin makes you feel bad. Roboxin old. Okay, methocarbamol. I can answer that real quick. So with the rods. May I please have an angelic level energy? Is that possible? Thank you guys so much. We're switching it up and bouncing around mostly because you guys all started talking to me really loudly. Not loudly, just clearly you're really talking to Wolf. Okay, so um, she's asking if it should be the methocarbamol or if it should be the Robaxin. So, hi, Christy. Um, so, okay, can we go left for methocarbamol and right for Robaxin? Can you please let us know? Because you were saying, let's clarify though, you were saying that you're advising an ice and um, muscle relaxer regimen right now to try and help Wolf. Is that correct? Yes. Are you also saying something else about anti-inflammatory? Yes. Okay. So they're saying ice anti-inflammatory and muscle relaxer regimen is what they're advising at the moment. Oh, they also at some point want me to talk to you about sitting on the floor. But so anyway, to realign your hips because it'll help everything. But um, I'm sorry. So guides, can we please go left for methocarbamol and right for Robaxin? At this time, I'm not a doctor or a nurse. I'm just a translator because these aren't even my ideas, but could you please use the rods to show me if it needs to be methocarbamol, if your advice is methocarbamol or Robaxin for Wolf at this time? It's methocarbamol for 100% sure. And is there anything you guys need to alter about the ice pattern? No. Did you guys give it so specifically because it's supposed to align with like nerves and meridians and stuff? Yes. Okay. They told me because they told me just now this is going to start happening more and more, so I need to get a coloring book where they have like sketches of like the front and the back just of the human body so I can color in the areas they're talking about so I can just show people. So, Wolf, the other thing is, um, they this is this is something my dad and chiropractor have talked about for years, but they like brought it up as something for you. Maybe not now unless you really are really uncomfortable, right? But so you sit on the floor, the hard floor, um, and you sort of sit there. You don't do you don't sit crisscross applesauce. You sit, on the hard floor, and just in a relaxed way, have your legs in front of you, just extended in front of you. If you want to have them straight, that's fine. If you want to bend a little at the knee, that's fine, right? But you sit on the hard floor. And this, you just do it for like 10 minutes. It realigns your hips, which then releases the muscles, that are related to any even tiny misalignment and muscles and tendons, right? Which then, starts that cause and effect of moving up the whole spine and relaxing it. And while of course in your situation it's not going to like be like the like a miracle, it's going to help relieve the tension and the pain in combination with other therapies. So um, they didn't necessarily say, hey, do that tonight, unless you're really uncomfortable and you can't get comfortable. Because they did say, you got to tell her about the thing, even though, you always feel like a weirdo. And then, but for tonight, they said methocarbamol, they said the ice in those places, and then they said an anti-inflammatory. I am assuming you have like a pharmaceutical grade one, because that seems to be like what they're indicating. Okay. So Nook, the answer was his mom doesn't have any interest in pushing you out. It's like sort of she's being pushed too. Oh, okay, that was your last question. You wanted to know, it was the mother deck. I'm sorry, the pain came in and interrupted, and we got to get this part done because I know part of the reason we got to get this part of the reading done is we just need to do it while Nook is alone and no one else is like listening. So I'm sorry to other people that are waiting, but that's sort of why this is going. I mean, I'm long-winded in general, but that's why we're trying to do so many different things tonight, because the timing is really important in terms of having space at night right now. Okay, so um, we're just looking um, at this mother deck, which they recommended, to see what is the angle of Noelle or anybody else in terms of trying to get the mother to move into that house. Can you please show us? Okay, let's see here. Um, okay, so the first thing that comes up, Nook, is number one, they're wanting a more permanent solution for mom, not having anything to do with you or A, but they don't want to have to worry about it. It's sort of like they're trying to pin it on someone else, um, that, to just not have to worry about it or be responsible for it. Um, um, there is, though, to them, for I don't know why, an added bonus in you potentially leaving, but I just heard someone say in my guidance system that she's afraid for you. Can you guys give us just a few more cards about what her angle is? Wow. Okay, look, I'm just going to tell you how this is reading. This is not what I expected to see, so because you seem like convinced that, like, there might be a little conspiracy there, and there sort of is. She doesn't want um she doesn't necessarily want full responsibility for mom, and she's worried about that. But this is interesting because then the next card was like, and the added bonus is that you might transition away from there. But like, I didn't, I heard what I heard in the guidance system, and then it's like really true. Like, she is like sort of, I guess I would interpret this as she's seen him in a pattern over and over again way before you, and it's like she's worried it's accelerating, and she's not in a position to just like approach you, and she's not in a position in the family where it's something they can openly talk about. But like deep down inside, like she wants to keep you away, to keep you protected, and um to keep you free, because it's like she knows he's accelerating, and she just doesn't want to see anything tragic happen, uh or just really upsetting happen, because number one, in her own way, especially in the like, hey, I just, for women everywhere, this is not fair thing. Like, it's not just like a, oh, I love her thing. It's just, I'm a woman and I think this is BS, but I'm in a position where I can't really talk about that within the family, and it wouldn't get us anywhere anyway. So if we can manipulate this and align it all, maybe I can protect her. And I know, at least if I could get mom in the house, there are certain things that he would absolutely not do around mom. he'd be on better behavior. And this also, reads as she just also thinks that um, it's sort of like any woman would be better off out of that situation. And I'm trying to. Oh, and then transversely too, like if he did do something stupid, right? Like just, get mean or have the cops called on him or whatever. She's trying to avoid both things. She's trying to avoid you potentially getting hurt or, you guys getting into enough of a fight that they're, like you guys call the cops or whatever. So she's sort of simultaneously trying to keep you safe and him out of trouble, and thinks there's bonuses too. Like she doesn't want to be responsible for mom, but she also thinks if mom turns up there, she would at least be a barrier that would keep both of you from being in any kind of worser, worst case. It's not worst case scenario, but worse scenario than now. She thinks mom might actually get you out of there just in general, and she doesn't see that as a mean thing. She sees that as like a protection of you thing. But she also thinks, well, if that doesn't happen, mom, he won't want to do certain things in front of mom, and be a disappointment. So at least there's that. And it'll keep him at least like out of like getting arrested for being a dick or something. Okay, I gotta go back in the thingy majig here. Oh, that water bottle thing. So I'm sorry, I'm going back and looking at comments because I don't look up when I'm reading. So um, that water bottle thing is an awesome idea, Christy. Like I'm gonna use that like tonight probably. No problem. That's not an interruption. The guides, you need to be here, I guess, because they jumped right on it. Like, "Row, row, 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 row." Tell her. That'd be yeah. I have, I have a couple of the neuralgias, but I do have trigeminal, and that's a brilliant. That's just so brilliant. I was talking about like how I use spoons in the freezer, but like especially at the neck, right? When you're laying down, that's such a great idea. I'm amazing. I don't know what I did, but thank you. At 2:22 my time, I got a lovely compliment. So thank you for the lovely compliment and also the timing. The timing is good too. And thank you, Wolf, as well. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty similar pains, Wolf. Are you teasing me, Joe Black? Like, you mean like because I made them sound like barky dogs? I think I apologize. I was worried they thought something weird, but they didn't. Do I see a lot interaction about A? Is that the question, Nook? Yeah, you were teasing me about the barky dogs. Yep. They weren't mad at me, but you want me to do it again, so Yes, they were like, tell Woofy. So Nook, you want me to ask, do you want me to use the same parameters of 30 days about a law interaction? Yeah, DRS, thank you for hanging in. We're really glad to have new folks. If you are new, I do know sometimes folks come in and wear new outfits in the form of new names, but okay, yes, 30 days. Um, law interaction. Okay, they don't want me to use the mother deck for that. The next 30 days what do I see in regards to him and law? I'm scared to ask that question a little bit. I don't like how it makes my tummy feel. Okay, they want me to use this. I'll use this. Okay. Archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, on behalf of Nook, with the parameters of the next 30 days, can you please show us any potential legal interactions A could potentially either maneuver and option himself into or manifest, and what that might look like? Can we please see A's interactions with law in the next 30 days? What that might look like, please and thank you. Please help us communicate and help me interpret the best of my ability. Okay, we'll put that to the side. Okay, things are falling. Yeah, I knew this made my tummy scary. How many guys? 4 or 5? Okay. Yeah, I don't like this. Okay, my opinion does not matter. My opinion does not matter. My opinion does not matter. Nook! Okay. In the next 30 days, what are potential legal interactions A could have? Here it is. 3 of Swords, heartbreak, sorrow, grief. So he could be engaged with law enforcement because of an issue dealing with heartbreak, sorrow, or grief. 10 of Cups inverted. 10 of Cups represents the family contentment, the happy home. It's upside down. So he might interact in the next 30 days with law because of heartbreak and having his home family, his children, and his home upside down. The next card is the Devil. Desire, obsession, fear, shadow, temptation. So because of being unable to resist certain temptations and being unable to control certain behaviors, he might interact with the law about in regards to him responding strongly to heartbreak and an upset in his home. The next card, my dear, is justice, not judgment, justice. So this is police, this is court, this is enough trouble to go before a judge. Queen of Swords, strength, ambition, truth, strength, ambition, truth. Can I please get a clarifier for this Queen of Swords? Oh, okay. The Chariot. So if he interacts, it's going to be in response to being upset about what's going on at home and making bad decisions in that regard, bad enough potentially to actually be arrested, not just have the police called. And it will be in response to an ambitious, strong woman who is looking for truth, beginning a journey of success and moving further on into her life, into a better situation. I hate this because I love you. Now, to be fair, it does not say specifics, but I'm going to ask for clarifiers in a second, but I'm taking pictures of these for you because, honey, I keep using different decks and you keep getting major arcana in everything and everything and everything. In everything. That means these are huge, huge life themes, huge life lessons. You know that. You read. I'll send you this picture. Okay, can we please get a few clarifiers just on top of this real quick? This queen in this family. Can you please show me what might happen to this queen in this family? Another major arcana. Judgment. Whose judgment, please? Who is judging this queen and this family? Judgment because of change and success and smart decisions, okay, but who is the one judging the queen and the family, please? It's him. The Knight of Swords. Conflict, tension, highs, lows. A person imbalanced due to feeling threatened. Don't like that. Okay, just for clarification, okay? Just on that question, we dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. That includes clarifiers. Of those 9 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are major arcana. Guides, if that sort of altercation were to happen, what is the... Okay. So before I could ask the question, more clarifiers popped off. 2 out of 3 of these clarifiers are major arcana. One is the Wheel of Fortune, which is karma and destiny. One is the Lovers inverted. So karma in response in regards to the lovers being up on their heads, and in the perception of the person who's like, we'll loosely call him the perpetrator. It's because the Knight of Wands, who in this deck is a girl, and I'm going to send you her picture because I know who she looks like to me. She is finding her intuition, her flow, and her fire. And it is not favored. Now, I personally think when she is in her flow, using her full intuition, and made of fire, she is an amazing human, and she should be allowed to live like that at all times. But people that are lost and broken and confused don't always feel that way about things. There she is for you. You tell me who you think she looks like. Okay. Angels, archangels, guides, ascended masters in regards to this situation. Yeah. What is the likely outcome? The Emperor fell. Law and order. So the likely outcome of an interaction like that, well, you asked if you'd be in trouble with the law, right? But because of this upset, the law will be called. But it's also the Emperor too, which is the father of the tarot and the father of the home. So the father is upset and it's going to call in the law. The sun is upside down, light, life, energy, inverted, the sun. And then it gave us an outcome card, which is explore, discovery, moving on. Now, before the law is called, can you please show me in cards what might happen to the beautiful Knight of Wands and the Ten, the family? What might happen first? Okay, so the answer, what might happen to the family, they blocked it. They said, but what they played was the High Priestess, which is, as anyone knows, right? Like wisdom, inner voice, communication with the spirit world. Okay, so basically, it's saying the spirit world is tipping off this intuitive person. They're tipping her off, and they're starting. Then the Ace of Cups is next, right? There's and this Ace of Cups looks exactly. It looks exactly like the girl in the armor in the Knight of Wands, except for she's standing there with a fresh cup. She's got a dove on her head holding an olive branch, and it's about peace, relationships, beginning. It's surrounded by water and emotional. This is about self love. Now, I know that I'm interpreting this as if that knight has the self love enough to get something arranged, even if it's not perfect enough to not have to be there when there is some kind of upset, or to at least know and love themselves enough to, at the very first sign of upset, be proactive. And they're saying, okay, sorry, I'm trying to load this picture so I can send it to you, Nook. But they're saying right now, they're saying, um, your instinct isn't wrong. Like, likely there might be even other types of legal trouble, but the first one will involve the first one, you know, like, um, will involve, because it's the first time, there'll be enough control lost, that he's would basically tip his hand in terms of his behavior, and and then after that he might just sort of be like, F it, right? And all the stuff he does in Sneaky Sneak, he just won't be as bothered being as good about sneaking, because he's already, like we said, he's already like the Tasmanian devil, just like twirling through his life. Okay, so hold on one second. Okay, this is the one other thing I want to ask. Theoretically, if this person doesn't listen to their intuition, can you show us what would happen in order to force everybody's hand into this interaction? Or can you tell us more about, like, why the police would be involved? Okay, the King of Wands feels dishonored, so what? So what happens? Lord. That's too many. Can you guys please? Okay. The King of Wands will feel dishonored, right? It's all ego. He'll go after the adult female. It will be potentially upsetting and scary, but it looks like it's not something that a little rest and recovery and quiet time can't fix. Also, the star came in, and the star is, in this case, almost like an angel. It's hope and miracles, it's infinite energy and wisdom, it's protection. So upsetting things might happen if people don't watch for the cues and, try to make their moves beforehand. Or even if, like, for example, if he were to start getting upset and mouthing off and, like, I don't know, shoving around or whatever, um, don't wait for it to get worse. Call the cops in. But there you have an angel, like, on your shoulder. I know, I hate it. I hate it. No, I couldn't hate anything much more than this. But we've been watching this slowly move this direction for, I mean, over a year. Um, and I would really like you to hear what your grandpa came. I've never met him before. He came. He came and apologized for you because he feels responsible. He feels responsible for why some of this has been allowed to happen and why um and he told you he's sorry and he takes very seriously any role he played in that. And he also wanted to make clear to you it's not like you've done anything wrong, and any decision you've made that hasn't been the wisest, it's because nobody ever showed you different. So you're just navigating the world exactly how you've either been taught, or really, honestly, he kept saying, you know, the male figure didn't bother to teach you much at all. And so it's hardly fair for you to be in any way hard on yourself about anything having to do with this. However, I would say really fairly, it might be time to really wake up about keeping your eyes really open. Oh, would that be wonderful, actually, if he would be locked up a few days? Okay, I know Grandpa's not here anymore, guides, but do you love God? Yes, thank you. And Source, thank you, and have respect. Am I talking? Can I please speak with angelic energy? Thank you. I think Grandpa's around again. Yeah, he is. Okay, so, um, but can we let the guides operate the tool? Thank you. So, really, when you're talking about this like 40-day pathway to being out, um, is some argument where the police get involved from your vantage point? Is that a part of um, making it out quicker? Potentially, right? Okay, so you hope, yes, it could be, but you hope that really it happens other ways. Yes, okay. Um, Let me ask this. If something happened and the cops were called, based on your perspective now, understanding that people have free will and might make other decisions, um, but based on what you can see now, do you foresee it as a possibility that he could be put in jail for a few days? Yes. Is that exclusively because of any bad behavior at home? No. Okay. So will it start with bad behavior at home? Okay. Yes. Are they already sort of looking for him in some way or other? Yes. Is it for anything so terrifying that we need to be like immediately responsive? No. That's good. Um and then I hate asking this question, but I'm going to ask it because I feel like I have to. Um, is our friend gonna potentially get really hurt? No. Okay, thank you. Is our friend going to potentially get really scared? Yes. Okay. And the children. Are the children going to get really hurt? No. Are the babies going to get really scared? Yes. Okay, do you have any other questions, hon? You're not wrong. Your intuition's not wrong about getting in trouble for his own actions. There has been something that's happened where they're sort of looking for him. It's not like scary, scary stuff, but they are looking for him. I don't know, like if he was involved in something. I suspect probably with, based on the past readings, like with a brother or something, right? Um, or who knows, like maybe he took something from work and that's why he hasn't been really going. I'm not sure, but your intuition is right on that, they are sort of looking for him, but it sounds like the first time they'll find him potentially is maybe an altercation at home. And so I know that it's a really scary place to be. I know I've been there. I know a lot of the people here have been there in this exact situation, trying to figure out how to make moves that are smart without tripping the trigger. And um, but we're all still alive, and we all got out, and we all were in those situations both because of weird decisions we made and a weird mixture of love and misguided mothering or fixing, right? So um, I think anyone here would, like your grandpa said, keyboard warrior, right? Like anyone that you want here would help you, you know, um, like find resources or, um, I don't know. There are people here that probably have a lot of ideas. But I think the main thing that just like this is not like a guide thing, and it's not even a smart person thing because it's coming from me. It's not coming from the guides, but it just like as your friend, I understand that you probably want to, as the kids say, pop off because you're so frustrated and he's not been doing things fairly. But moves moves in silence is probably the best thing now. Okay. Phone died. Okay, hold on a second here. I'm gonna mute just for a second, y'all. Okay, guys, sorry. I was texting with her. Her phone died, and so that's why she got quiet. So she's going to watch that stuff back tomorrow. I let her know that there's a lot of people in here that have survived things, and all of us are fine and okay, and our children are fine and okay, and that there'll be a lot of people that want to volunteer if she's comfortable, if that's something she wants. Um, and that, of course, everybody just has to take their own time deciding things, um, and no one's pushing her in any direction as long as she just stays calm and safe. She's going to do it in her own time, and any of us would help her. So that's sort of what I've passed on. And I think if DRS is still here, they were promised a reading. I'm not sure if we've met before or under another name or not. I would really like to know that. I feel like you know some of the people in here, so that's why I'm wondering. It's not like I'm not a psychic, I'm a medium, right? So it's not like I'm like, I know for sure your name is Bob or your name is Joyce. It's just it's just you have cheeky energy which matches the group in here, and you know some of the folks. So I don't know if we've met under different circumstances or not. I got your text, Kat, and as soon as like I sent her a long thing. As soon as I have like her permission to share stuff, um, and I mentioned, please specify who and what I'm allowed to say and stuff. I'll keep you posted. But I let her know, just like you did, that you were in the medical field for a really long time and you have a lot of information about that. I also let her know a lot of us have been in similar circumstances too. So um, I think she's really very like, I mean, she's such a smart human. So I'm sure she will navigate this safely. She loves her children, and like, even though I hate it, like I hate just seeing any kind of negative thing. Sometimes that's what it takes for us all of us to move forward and change out of things. And thank God, like, I didn't see anything there that was like, run now, go, you know. Um, she also knows there's been a relocation offer from my house to hers for a really long time as well. So I think, no, like, no, I'm just saying this because I don't think anybody needs to like die or lose serious sleep over it. But I'm sure it would be extremely appreciated once she's comfortable, or when she's comfortable asking for help, if folks would help. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Let me see here. Gotta go through the chat again. Also, Mama gotta take something for her pain condition. Da, 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 da. That's the song. That's how my lame song goes now. Hold on a second. I'm okay, Joe. Thank you for axing. Well, yeah, of course. You know me pretty well, bruh. Hold on here. Okay. Bow, bow. Okay. Medicine. And then I can look through the chat here. Man, her, I told her this and it happened in this live, so I don't think I'm speaking out of school. Her grandfather, man, very sweet, very, very humble, very clear to me, both based on things she said and how he behaved. He in no way was ever somebody that did any kind of perpetrating upon her person, but he was taking responsibility for the irresponsibility of someone else, and um, wanting to send love and apologies for that and support. And I thought that was really sweet because I guess he crossed just like, I think it's been 2 weeks now or something along those lines, and she didn't anticipate hearing from him. Because I asked, "Do you want me to try and talk to him?" at the time, and she's like, "Probably doesn't have anything to say," and he certainly does. He loves her so much. Okay, here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, Nook said, "Damn, that's the last time I read anything." So let's see. Christy said, "Holy cow, moo!" Maybe he'll be locked up for 2 days, giving her an out. Oh yeah, I was looking for that. I couldn't see that clearly. Yes or no, Christy? I'm jealous a relative came to you. I bet if you hung out a little bit more often, if you have got folks circulating around you like everyone seems to, I probably might meet one of them, and you could verify that for me. I think most of the people in here, when I've connected them with family, I think they've felt like it was pretty like verifiably them. Only they can actually speak to that. I can't. I can just do the best I can, and I'm human, so I'm sure I make mistakes. Probably a warrant. Christy, she's brought through all my family. Oh yeah, quite a few actually. Kat has a lot of fun people, really fun grandparents. Her mother-in-law's a kick. Even more jealous. At Nook, do not let him know the plans you're making, nothing about leaving. Yeah, I think that's good advice. Claudia, do you have a friend or family member that you can trust you leave clothes and money with? She's sort of, I don't know. Or pack the trunk of your car, open your own bank account, or savings in just a different bank. Okay. Oh, sorry. I don't know how I put that up there. I apologize. Do we know this person? Are you saying, what person? Okay, could you pull a love card for me? I know DRS asked first. She was pretty stunned. Christy, how are you doing? She got my family 1,000%. Oh, I'm so glad. She spoke to my dad. Yeah. And I don't know who else I spoke to, Claudia. Really, I don't know if you remember this. Really, really, really early on when I first met you, somebody came. I don't know if it was your dad. I don't remember everything that well necessarily when it's channeling, right? Because it comes through me. It's not from my brain. But somebody really early on was talking a lot about your mom, and why she was the way she was and why she made the choices she did. And I don't remember. I don't know if you remember if that was like a grandparent of yours or an auntie or who that was. But I sort of remember that conversation where they were explaining that, hey, mom's still here in physical, but these are, you know, some of the reasons why she made the choices she did, and she perceived them as better than other alternatives. Where I don't know who that was though. I don't know if DRS is still here. does somebody, Kat, do you know DRS? Like, you don't have, like, if they don't want me to know who they are and I've met them, that's fine. I don't want to break their mask of Zorro if they're wanting to be anonymous or something. But um, do you know them as a person though? Oh, okay. You guys are. I mean, see, that's why you're a mod. Cat H, the mod of the internet, because you guys, the DRS was very, very friendly and stuff, and you, of course, are very friendly too. However, you guys had an energetic rapport right away, you know, and so that's why I thought you had maybe knew each other from chat or something. Yeah, somebody else just left, right? Somebody just dropped out of chat. So I don't know if that was them, like if they were here and fell asleep or whatever, because I did tell them I would give them a new read. Um, and and yeah, I mean, I wasn't looking up too often, but I could see that it was like I caught something early on, like their name meant bleach or something, and then, or I didn't understand that, and then I could see that they were sort of talking. It looked like about anime or something, maybe. Did I speak to ancestors you've not met? Of course, I know about your mom especially, and me and your uncle lately. Oh, there's an anime called Bleach. Interesting. Okay, so because I thought, how does how does that name equal Bleach? But I just I saw it in passing and thought, okay, I need to not think about that. I need to think about what I'm doing. But heck, heck, schmack. Is it Christy? Are you still here, hon? Are you the one that dropped? I know that's a real dumb way to ask that question, isn't it? Like, are you the one that dropped? Well, if I dropped, I can't answer you. A reference to anime. I wasn't even sure that necessarily it was a him. Yeah, it was pretty early on too, Kat, and I was like, you were like, "There's no one in my family like that," and I was like, "It's not like I believe you. You know your family, but there's this girl here, and they're not. You know how it is. Like they're not gonna let you stop seeing it until you get it." Right? Some especially when it's like, no, I'm right here. I'm trying to tell them who I am. And so, gosh darn it, puppet, you're gonna repeat it until you get it right. And so there's a lot of times where people are like, no, I don't know that person. And I'm like, oh, so then I see them for like 4 days just on my own. And then finally that person will call me and be like, oh my gosh, I just realized it's my sister-in-law and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, bro. Okay, so I don't think DRS is here. They waited a really long time, especially for, I think, a first visit. I'm very grateful to you for subscribing. Thank you, DRS. There might be something where I'm going to leap to a different platform or something soon. However, um, I will notify you as a subscriber. So, and hope to see you again. And you're officially, I can officially say, you are owed a first visit read, and as long as you haven't been here under another name, and It was nice to meet you. I hope you come back. I don't know why I felt like I knew them. Maybe I know them from the world and not the internet. Well, the internet is the world. Come back, DRS. Come back to us. Very articulate. Very good at punctuation. um, Claudia, are you here and awake? Somebody just came back, number 4. Can we do a roll call? Shibuya, yeah. Shibuya roll call. There are 4 people that are in chat. Can you tell me who you are? How about that? I'm going to go turn my air conditioning down and then come back and see if anybody's identified themselves. And if DRS is not back, Claudia, I can pull you something if you'd like. Be right back. Apologies, I needed to sing Nellie's Apple Bottom Jeans to my cat. It was very important at the time. Did you say 18, cat baby? Do you mean 18 pounds or 18 years old, lady? Is he a big rounder 18-pounder? I hope Wolf's ouchies feel better. Because, man, those guys jumped in like fast. Like I was focused on Nook and they were like, wait a second, let's talk about ice. They're probably going to pinch me later because I keep doing weird voices for them. They're like, we don't sound like that. Thank you, Love Pants. I knew you'd do the research. I concur. Could just be. Sorry if you can hear me chewing. I'm so sorry. We have one cat that can open the doors with their little feeties. Oh, we've got somebody else that joined us too. DRS, are you back? Let's play Who's Back? Is it Christy? Is it a robot? Is it DRS? Who is it? Meh, meh, meh. Baby Panther. Top of the fridge. For a big guy, like that would shake the fridge. It'd be like, there goes all. We put our. Is it Wolfie? Because the room jumped to back up because we were 3, right? Then it jumped up to 5. Now we're at 4. What did you say that anime Bleach was about? Scroll up. Did you say some kind of love war? I'm trying to remember what you said. Blood war, not love war. Samurai. Hmm. Ah, your grandma's pretty. Um, Claudia just sent me a picture of her grandma. I mean, man, that is the 50s, like quintessentially just from the TV, the way the oven is, the way the counters are, or the cabinetry is built. That is like quintessential 1950s. Yeah, I'm talking about them. Is my mic on? I'm talking about your grandma being pretty. Yeah, we liked D-Roy, I guess. Now there's songs about D-Roy. Oh, look at that kitty. I thought he was gonna, I don't know, because he's 18 pounds, right? I thought he was gonna be like, I don't know, thick or something. But he's still sort of got that little puddin face. Little puddin face. He's just like all muscle. Can do I have your permission to send these pictures, Claudia, to everyone that's talking? I wonder if I have a lag. Sort of want to test the lag. How do I do that? Okay, I'm going to say one word, and when you guys hear it, can you either type the word or just do thumbs up or something? So, okay, my word is going to be hoot owl. Okay, it's like okay. There's a little bit of a lag, but it's not too bad. Thank you, Claudia. Was the yes that I could share the photo? Is that the yes? I heard somebody say in somebody's live recently that there's going to be a thing soon where during a live I could like share, like I could like upload the photo right then and just share it with everybody in an easier fashion. Okay, now I'm having hiccups. That's lovely. Man, the spirit animal, they told me to ask what her, during that reading, what her spirit animal was. So I brought up that, and then they gave me a couple others that they wanted the energy. Okay, yeah, so there's a bigger lag between you and I, Claudia. Like there's about you got 5 second lag, and then you and I have a lag that's more like a minute or so. I was trying to figure that out. Yes to photos? Okay. I will do it because this, first of all, this one of him way up there is just stinking cute. I have an all black kitty. Oh, and he's quite large as well. He also is fluffy. He reminds us all a great deal of Toothless, the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon, because he just sort of is a little bit spooky, and he's all eyeball, you know, in the way he looks at people. But he's a big floof. I've never had a big fluffy kitty until him. Like they've all been pretty short haired, and I think he's sort of part ragdoll, but he doesn't have their markings. Like, so he's part ragdoll and part um, something black, very black. Um, yeah, Cat said very cute. Now I'm sending other pictures. Okay, here is kitty cat on bed, and then here is Claudia's. Oh, come on, attach. Grandma. Okay, now I will go to Joe. What is this cat's actual name? Oh, Shadow. There it is, right there. That's crazy. You had already answered, but I wasn't looking at chat. Um, let's see here. Let me scroll. Hoot L. Oh, yes to photos. Neat. Okay. My kitchen cabinets were built in the 40s. I can stand and jump. That's awesome. That's some sturdy, amazing stuff. Who has very pretty eyes, Joe Black? Because I wasn't sure. Um, I don't think I sent you Shadow's picture yet. Shadow is definitely just, you all have had cats, so it's cute. I know you said what age he is in human, but he is very definitely in cat, in that teenage area, that teenage slash young man area where they're not quite like as like dumb as kittens, but they still are like making a lot of really hectic choices, and their eyes are like shiny like like pennies. Like, I'm not thinking anything, my eyes are shiny like pennies. I'm a teenager. Yeah, like like Shadow's beautiful, right? Clearly full grown, but it's just something you can see in their eyes when they're teenagers. It's definitely their teen, and I know they say like 7 years, but that's, sort of not the case. It's like their first year of life is like 7 years, their second year of life is like 3 years, their third year, they've got a chart. Their third year is like 3 years. So it's like he's about 13 or 14, right? And he's doing that thing where they all trip all over themselves, if they were human, because they're not used to being like tall and making sort of doofy decisions. But reface cabinets, they will never die. Um, do you want, like, I don't know what you want to do to your cabinets, but I've always sort of, well, we did actually here. they were sort of like that boring, not quite. I mean, it was wood, but like it was sort of put in a lot of. My house was born straight up 19 born. My house was born. Did you seriously hear me say that? Because I just heard me say that. My house was built straight up 1950, but I think they redid the kitchen cabinets at some point because it looks like that wood that was everywhere, like in the 80s, where everybody had those kitchens with that sort of slightly honey brown wood, but it's not really a wood. It's not like oak or pine. You know what I mean? You can't really identify it. It's just some kind of wood, and it's stained. And I just don't love that color. I like white white cabinets or colorful cabinets or whatever. So we did um, that thing where if you sort of, we would probably have had to strip it, but if you use that chalk paint type stuff, that chalky paint, you don't have to like sand it completely down in order to get like a coat that lasts a long time. And so we use that chalky paint stuff, and it wind up looking. It's mostly solid, but the few areas where it's not, it sort of looks like whitewashing, which is sort of what we were going for. What do you want to do? Colors in your kitchen, Cat? He has this duck that he carries around the house and drops it and makes a duck noise. That's awesome. Claudia, do you know your spirit animal? Because I was gonna pull you a love reading or whatever. Um, but like for that last reading and another one I did privately this week, they asked me, my guy, they meaning my guides asked me to, you know, do the spirit animal thing, and then I put up like imagery of that, and it's like they're teaching me how to connect the energy more strongly. So it helps. Your entire house is colors, yeah. So is mine, cat. Like I just, um, my cousins joke and say you're so Mexican. Just I know that that's a stereotype. However, um, you know, there is something to the fact that certain cultures say I just can't live without color, and I feel the absolute same way. Like I don't care if I have nice furniture. I don't even care if the paint job is very solid. It could be not like perfectly done. It can be messy. I don't care. But having the color in my environment is sort of like essential to my happiness. You get the love of color from your grandmother. Claudia, before I do the love cards, do I have your permission to pull a spirit animal card for you? That's awesome. What other colors are in your house? I'm always interested in what colors make people happy in their environment. Shuffle the little animals, the animals, shuffle them. Woof woof meow, woof woof meow, woof woof meow. Meow 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 meow. The uneven blotchy like whitewash. My sister is neutral gray. Clown house, the clown house. That clown house makes me think of. Did you ever watch the show The Good Place? Tell me. Miss Claudia. I'm gonna go ahead and start shuffling to pull an animal card for you. But also, if you have one you're connecting to, let me know because I'll set the. I'm just gonna set them in my environment while I do your love reading. It's I think it's helping, and the guides told me to, and so it makes sense. Well, isn't it elephant carvings? Okay. Archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters. Mine and Miss Claudia's. Can you please help us to find the right spirit animal cards for Miss Claudia, both the ones that she suggests and the ones that you all suggest. Who knows? It'll be interesting to see if they wind up being the same one. Thank you, as always, for all of your amazing help and support. Please help any interaction be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved. And thank you so much for all of your help and blessing. Okay, one more shuffle, it seems like. Okay. Where are we? Okay, we're shuffled enough. Let's try and see. We would like spirit animal cards for Claudia, please. Oh, we've already had some fall. Interesting. 1, 2, 3. This is interesting. I did not speak. I did not speak. I did not. They're still cool though. Okay. Are you doing Dr. Doolittle? Oh, I can talk to the animals. Oh man, I used to know that song. Okay, anyway. Okay, I know we have a lag between us, Miss Claudia, so I'm going to read you about you got 3. They flipped 3 really fast in terms of just your spirit animals for the time being. Maybe, and whatever one you feel really connected with, right, is probably one as well. And, sometimes you get like one that seems to never change, right? And then there's some that sort of change through different phases of life or whatever. So, your first one is the buffalo spirit, and it says on the card, it says the abundant universe will provide. And then, hold on one second here. Then there's an oracle message for each card, and there's protection, just because of the theme of the night and because reality is more important. We're going to do the protection messages. So it says, when Buffalo Spirit visits you with a message of protection, he is asking you to shift your thinking from poverty consciousness to the one where you trust the universe will provide. Have you been falling into financial insecurity, worrying that will not be enough money in the future? Have you been stressing and feeling sorry for yourself, worrying that because you have no romantic relationship now, you will never have one? Do you see scarcity where there is, in fact, abundance? Are you comparing yourself to others and falling short? Um, Says entitlement, fear, and lack are all, quote, thought viruses that seduce you into darkness. Buffalo Spirit nudges you to make gratitude lists and be mindful of your thoughts. Even if outer events have happened to challenge your belief in abundance, outer conditions are temporary. If you're suffering from the malaise of fear that you are impoverished, realize that it is only poverty of perception and perspective. Prayer, communication with your higher power, and gratitude, coupled with compassionate, selfless service, will snap you right out of it. That's true, actually, about you, Claudia. Like anytime, you're pretty good at being a prayer warrior, right? Prayer will snap you right out of it. Um, give to someone who has less than you. Be thankful for the tiniest things and say affirmations. Then you will remember abundance is the true nature of the world. Okay, the next one is Beaver. Beaver. Beaver spirit. Lay a solid foundation. Says Beaver Spirit is here to tell you about a power living within you that is born of spirit, the source from which all life arises. This is the power to establish the sacred connection with the universal consciousness so you can deliberately co create the world around you that you desire. Know that it takes work, determination, and sustained effort to co create and lay a solid foundation for your dreams. If, with spirit as your partner, you bring the twigs and branches of your intentions and desires and spread them across the river of time, you'll be amazed at what you can do. You will find that you can even change the direction of the flow of life. You can ensure, sorry, I'm having trouble with a light source. You can ensure that your world will be prosperous and purposeful, filled with love and joy, and rich with magic and meaning. Have faith, for with spirit to co-create with you, your success is assured. Spirit is your partner, helping you along as you change the course of your life the way your heart desires. And then the last one that fell was the lizard spirit. It says, dream your world into being. Come on, light source. Okay, I'm just using my flashlight now. Okay, then I won't have to talk so long, and I'm sorry that I have been. Dream the world into being. Oracle message. When was the last time you basked in the sun and allowed yourself to daydream, to imagine what might be and who you might become? Lizard spirit appears when you are called to let your imagination flow and dream something new. Inspiration is available to you now if you're willing to slow down and let your eyes close a little, allowing ideas to dance through your head. What might come into being if you were to pursue your dream? How might you grow and expand if you allowed yourself to dare to believe in the impossible, making it possible first in your dreaming mind, um, and then in the world as you co-create with spirit? Give in to the power of imagination, and soon your dream will become clearer. The steps will reveal themselves, and what was ephemeral will begin to coalesce into form. Dream it and be it. Spirit asks you to dare. Dream big. So those are I'm gonna set them up here, like right in front of my little board where I put the cards down, because they'll connect me to the energy that they're, you know, sending your way. Let me see what is in chat. Chitter, chatter. Joe, I love you very much. Thank you for checking on me. Oh, Claudia, you sent me a lot of cool pictures. Hold on a second now. Okay, hold on here. So this grandmother, I'm sorry, I didn't catch. Is this your mama's mama or your papa's mama? Yeah, I'm saving. I'm saving this. Did I save all of them? I think I did. So I can forward them. Come on, phone, work with me a little bit. A little bit, phone. Okay. Okay. Let's try this one more time. I try to be patient with your phone, but you're making me upset. Okay, here. Okay, and in this one. Okay, now let's try again. If at first you do not succeed, then there we go. Now we send to Miss Cat. Hopefully it will work. Morning victuals? Did I have the doggies in there? Yes. Okay, select. Shared. Yes, Joe, you're right about snacks. That's I need to do that soon. That's part of what's up here. Okay, let's see. Okay, here's where I looked away. Kitchen is Southwest terracotta, peach mint green, living and dining is tan coffee with cream, yum. Josie bedroom, navy and purple. Bathroom, beach teal. My room, deep olive green. Back porch, happiness orange. Oh, a lot of those, especially like the greens and the well, teal I guess is in the green family too. Like I love Use a feeder set on a timer. Okay. I got up to potty and he was waiting at my door. I love that movie. Okay, Dr. Dolittle. Listen to what they say. True. This is interesting. Wow. I'm going to go for morning victuals. I don't know if that's supposed to be victuals. I thought turtle would come up. Interesting. Yeah, I used to have all these pet turtles. I am getting punchy. I think it's snacky. Yes. Father's mother. Okay. Yeah, that was my question too. Who are the puppies and why are they called island gals? Wait, this is your mother's mother? Uh, wait. Oh, I think it hasn't loaded. Okay, there we go. Because I was like, that sure looks like a gentleman to me. I thought, oh, mother's mother is very strong looking. Okay, that makes, thank goodness, so much more sense. Good night, nurse. Okay. Okay. Mother's mother, father mother, both sent with each other. Both are reading Dr. Seuss. That is how they made a truce. I am punchy. Mama wants caffeine and snacks. Okay, let's see here. Golden doodles that a friend raises. Okay. Okay, so the spirit animals, yours are out and my dragonfly is out. Okay. Oh, come on. Why is the little thing is not, oh, I see. The little magnet that helps things close was not magneting. So, Claudia, do you just want a general love reading? Do you want a general and then to ask questions after you get your general? What would you like? And hello to whomever has rejoined to peek in. We send you love and light. I don't know, maybe people that are viewing this through the YouTube lens can maybe actually see who comes and goes, but via StreamYard, I cannot do it. I mean, I knew he looked like you, so I wasn't sure if it was going to be uncle, father. Um, Lonnie makes sense though, because I mean, like, of course, you're very feminine, right? But there are similarities enough, right? That I was like, oh, okay, that is a family member, but I don't know who that is. Is it? Were you expecting rain? Oh, we just had a couple drop completely out. Hey Joe, did you mean to say morning victuals? Like, or was it victuals? What, I'm doing other things, so I have not yet hit my dictionary. See, I found what my sugar boost is going to be. It is a Chupa Chup lollipop brought to you by Claudia Robinson. Okay, so Claudia, I will start. We'll start with a general using a relationship deck, and we'll take a look, and then um, you can ask clarifiers, etc. Okay. We will be using the Modern Love Tarot. Okay, shuffling. Let's get to shuffling now. This is a general reading. Archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, both mine and Claudia's. Please gather forth. We are looking to do a general love read on Claudia and a general love read inquiry into her life to see what we see going on, and then she can ask specific questions about whomever shows up in there. including probably but not limited to her new beau. Please and thank you. Please help all communication be clear. Please help me to interpret your brilliance at least somewhat clearly. Please help the conversation, learning, etc. be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved. Again, a couple more shuffles. This is for Claudia. Claudia, general love. Okay, and Claudia, general love. All right, let's find out what they say about some stuff. All right, as we full shuffle, we're looking for general love information about Miss Claudia. How many more guides? General love reading for Miss Claudia. General. These are additional infos, so we'll put these. Okay, and what is the bottom? Alrighty. Let us take a look and see what's been going on in the chat real quick. Okey-dokey. Okay, I see. Okay, now I get it. Why they fell out of the deck the way they did. This goes here. Aha, okay. And then this. Yep. Thank you guys. You always give me what I need, but I don't always get it, you know. Okay. Much clearer. Okay. Hello. Yeah, no, I did not fall asleep or go away. And I knew I was muted. My house got loud. Plus, I was looking at this because they threw a lot of cards. Hold on here. What has said, ba, 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 ba. Decluttering. Okay. What's the last thing I said? Okay. Anybody home? Did we lose Pete? Nope. We all fell asleep. No, not yet, but we're glad you're back, Christy. Hi. Still says live. Yeah. Temporarily muted. It was. It's been known to happen. Thank you for texting. She's been like a queen telling me I'm beautiful all the time. Husband calls me. Aw, you guys, you guys, he calls you his queen? That's so nice. So different what you had for 10 years. She may have dozed off. That's what you deserve. I think we should all go to bed. I agree. I have a lunch date. Getting our nails done at 1. Ooh, what color? He calls me. Okay. Hi, Ange. Okay. Claudia. Okay, so it was interesting because I was trying to figure out, it was really interesting. The first half was like, wow, this looks like, it was a general on your love life, but it's like, this looks like laborious, right? But then it turned around and I was like, what's going on? Okay, so anyway, um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 10. Okay, so the top row completely talks about, I think it's primarily like healing from some of your past relationships. And it talks about a lot of balance, which of course is really hard for any of us, because like we do something and then we go, oh, that didn't work. And so then we try to correct it, but we overcorrect because the pendulum has to swing sort of both ways as we work to correct things. So the top row, looks tiring, but it ends really well, right? So in this general reading, it talks about, hey, make sure that the input and output in your energy, because it's not even talking about in a relationship with someone else yet, but the messages that you are sending to yourself and potential suitor or suitors, right, is consistent. And also make sure when you're engaging with them that it's consistent. So like it gave some examples about and I think probably then looking lower, some of it has some advice in there according to the gentleman that you're speaking with too, because it's talking about like for example when you're feeling chatty, right, to make sure, um, almost in like measured ways, which I know sounds crazy, but like if you guys are conversing about something, it was like make sure that conversational balance is struck. So if um, he is really like, for example, like doing all the talking, make sure that you really interject and get a chance to have an opinion and share your opinion, or even listen actively, but if you're not interested in that, redirect. But it also talked about, you know if you're in the chatty mood, make sure that after you finished saying something, uh, like count to like 10 Mississippi in your head before you speak again, because it sort of seemed like it sort of said he's a really nicely mannered fellow. And with a chatterbox, he doesn't dislike that at all. He likes it fine, but he's not sure when to interject because he does. I guess in the past, maybe he's had some tendencies of being a little bit domineering, and it's something about himself he's really working on. And so he doesn't want to like jump in with an opinion. So sometimes if it feels like he's not listening to you or giving you feedback, that's him trying to learn from his past and trying to listen before he speaks and give you time to finish. And also, I guess he's been a fixer in the past too, where like, um, instead of, well, and this is a male female problem that's sort of stereotypical, but happens a lot. That's why it's a stereotype where, um, a lady wants to just say, hey, I had kind of a day, here is what I'm struggling with, and she just wants them to say, hey, I'm sorry, that's rough, like, what can we do to make you happier? Whereas a lot of times, stereotypically, again, the man wants to immediately come up with these really proactive, active being the key word, these really active solutions right away. And it's like, hey, I probably will, as a lady, come up with my own solutions eventually. Today I was just processing my feelings, and we're learning to share feelings with each other, right? So it was just talking about, because he knows that about himself, make sure you, like, literally really do count like to 10 in your head when you're done saying something, to give him a chance to go, okay, I can speak. I'm not jumping on top of her words. I'm giving her a fair shake. I don't want to be and do some of the mistakes I did in the past, right? It also talks about he's a little more regimented than you. um like, just, I don't know if that has to do, because I didn't, this was a general, but it mentions him. I don't know if he was in the military or something that was really sort of really scheduled throughout the day. And so it just sort of says it's good, for other people to be around you when you're able to sort of have more flexibility with your life. However, just remember that a little regiment actually might be being introduced into your life, because not just because it's something that he does, or other people around you or whatever, but the universe is also pairing you not just with somebody to enjoy, but with the things you need to learn about yourself and heal from the past and stuff like that. Then it moves on, and the Nine of Swords, right, which is sometimes can be a really scary card, and I was like, oof, but it's just talking about, um, making sure that you take the time, take enough alone time, and when you are alone, to process your healing. And it really specified, like, hey, it's great whether or not you have something new or not, right? Um, in your life, and it's not necessarily just romantic, right? New friend, new home, new whatever. And it's saying, you moved, like, past and through your trauma, like the energy is shifted. However, um, when you are alone, you need to do some work to name the trauma, meaning, instead of just saying, oh, I'm getting over it, or I'm healing, like, they're really advising that you have conversations with yourself and maybe your close girlfriends or therapist or something, where you name what you're healing from. Because for whatever reason, in order to, like, improve every day in terms of, like, relationship health, whether that is a romantic or friend or family relationship, right? They're saying you got to name the pain. So it'd be like, okay, I am healing, and so today I am sort of feeling a certain way. But instead of, don't end it there. Say, I'm feeling a certain way because this is a pattern that used to happen in my life, and it made me feel this way. Because they're saying, the next card then also, it talks about that, and it says basically, hey, look, you've got to you've got to sort through your pain, because surviving it and moving through it is great, but it's more likely to be energy that repeats itself. You have to sort of phrase it like a question, like, um gosh, I know I am healing from, um like, this is just an example, neglect. In my last relationship, somebody didn't, like, wail on me and hit me, but they neglected me, my feelings. And instead of just saying it was bad and I didn't like it and it's done and I'm moving, you say something like, I'm healing from neglect. And this is how the neglect made me feel. And this is what I prefer. And so it's sort of suggesting over and over again that if you do just this work, even just privately with yourself, if you don't want to do it with a therapist or a loved one, um, then you're less likely to sort of have it come back, PTSD style in flashbacks. Um, because if you like move through it quickly and be like, yeah, it was bad, it hurt me, okay, but I'm strong and I move on, then it might come back because just your brain doesn't know, like, you sort of, it's like you haven't told it we're done with that. And it's sort of like each sort of source of upset or damage, it's almost like it had created a command. If your brain was a computer, it created a command, right? And so you have to say, hey, neglect command. We didn't like it, so now we're unwiring it from our computer. This is why we didn't like it. This is how we're going to move on and never allow it to happen again. And now, neglect, I'm disconnecting you. And so if you name it and claim it and then say you're done with it, your brain is allowed to not revisit it. But it's just like you really have to turn that function off, or every time you reboot, it's gonna pop up on your screen, if that makes sense. Then it talks about um, making sure that all of these great changes, there's so many great changes in your life, they're all wonderful. Um, and that's why this sounds funny, but it makes sense. They're saying make sure all these great changes don't leave you overburdened, because even though it's all positive for the most part, at least that's what you're telling us. Sometimes I guess maybe it's body tiredness, right? And also emotional tiredness or something, but it's sort of saying, yes, a lot of good things are happening. However, even good things can sort of exhaust you if you're carrying them around all day. So just like it advised you to unplug and de um, I'll use a computer term, defrag your past, traumas in relationships. Now it's saying, make sure that whether you're doing, like, working on a new good skill or working on an old one, that you don't carry around too many of them at once. Because it's really easy to be like, yeah, whether it's good or bad. If it's good, it's like, oh my gosh, yes, I have this bow and we're going to go out to eat, and then we're going to go to a party, a few months from now. But then you go, oh, but that means I have to think about my hair and my makeup and my dress, and then also, because your brain, you haven't completely gotten rid of all the trauma stuff. Now your brain knows every time we get a big pile of stuff, it's overwhelming for us. And so it just automatically starts shutting down. So they're just saying, savor one thing at a time. If you're going to dinner, don't worry about anything but dinner. And then the next day, talk about and pay attention to, like, literally what the fork looks like really in the moment stuff, how the water in the glass tastes, what kind of sound it makes if you ping against the glass, like, just really appreciating and that stuff, so you're not moving through and carrying all of the great stuff at once, because it also could exhaust you. Um, then it was an interesting switch. So then the second row was just like, this is great. You're getting ready to go on a new adventure. You're getting ready to leave the territory of your past where certain things happened in and around your romantic situations. And now you're going to be a tourist in a whole new type of relationship land, you know? And so it's saying, even if you're really, really excited, instead of being like, so like super focused on, like, we're committing to this relationship or we're going to define it this way, they're saying instead just enjoy. Again, it just kept reminding you to enjoy every little tiny part. um, and I think it's probably because they're talking to you and teaching to you about, people could call it different things. Some of us would call it maybe manifestation. Some people would call it having your prayers answered, right? But you have to send up the right signal, or ask for the right thing in prayer in order to, sort of get a cohesive situation going. And so, it's just sort of saying you're in a new land. So literally, don't worry about when you're going to land at the castle of permanent relationship, right? Literally just go, look at these shoes, these new shoes I'm wearing in this new relationship and relationship land. And look at our shadow on the sidewalk when we walk together. Just don't miss a thing, and don't worry in advance about anything. Um, don't worry in advance about anything, because it seems like a combination of, again, making sure that you have your manifestation slash prayers, in order for yourself, but also because you have just come off from like a marathon of taking care of someone and having to figure out whole new changes in your life. um, Even though everything's good, you have a lot of residual energy that's going to have to sort itself out through your life. So moving slow is great, because then you won't create any more chaos, and you'll get good rest, and you'll really be able to heal so well from that thing. Talks a lot about specifically your inner child, and how to it actually, this card in this deck actually literally advises, hey, inner child nurturing is really important right now, both for yourself and in the relationship. Because, and I think this might be something that like might go on in my psyche and body too and stuff. When you have like some childhood traumatic stuff, or young adulthood or whatever, um, your inner child is sort of wonderful, but you don't always know that she thinks she's like a 48-year-old in stilettos. And so it's sort of like really, 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 um, when you're spending time with yourself alone, especially, engage in inner child play and treat yourself like you would treat a 7-year-old that is your friend's kiddo, and that you feel like you're a great auntie to them, in private especially, right? Because we tend to sort of get rough on ourselves when we're tired and no one's looking, or just ignore ourselves a little. And they're saying, don't do that. Write about, but from like almost like you're write about as if you were a child writing about someone else, but write about adult Claudia, right? So like, I love my big girlfriend Claudia. She does these things with me and these things with me. And then when you write this kind of stuff, right, and you go back and read it, you go, oh, she does do those things, but I see some gaps where maybe she does too much for you, or where you are 7, but you're talking like an adult. And it'll just help you see the areas where you can heal, because they're just saying, this is the best time to heal, when you trust the people around you and you have a cozy place to call home. And the outcome card, I know this was a general reading and I get rambly, but, um, if you really take a lot of good time with yourself and patience, and like the Queen of Pentacles came up, but it was inverted because she's a businesswoman and she's an adult, and all of that stuff is wonderful. But it was like, right now, just like for like the next month, of course you got to do the adult things in your life, but the rest of the time You just really, you treat yourself like your own child and love yourself that much, and make sure that when you're alone, this is especially strong. And um, when you are perchance out with the gentleman, that um, um, if you guys have good rapport, cluing him in a little bit, like just a little bit, like don't tell him everything. He doesn't deserve to have everything yet. And in the moment, you're not supposed to be carrying everything around anyway. But you could just tell him, hey, you know what? Today I decided that I really appreciate XYZ about myself. And I was thinking about the thing I appreciate about you. I appreciate this about you, sir. And, um, and I'm trying really hard to make sure that as much as I care for others, every time I think of a compliment for you, I'm going to think of a compliment for me, because I I can't wait to fall more in love with myself, because you know what, honey? It's healthy for me to do so, and I'm worth it. And um, they're saying that part of the reason that they sort of are saying it's okay, or even encouraged to talk a little bit, just a little bit like that around him, is that he's got, I guess, some similar things in his past. You guys have probably talked about it, right? But instead of in doing this thing where you tell him, I'm healing and I like it, and this is what I like about myself today, then you guys are less likely to form a trauma bond based on the yucky things that both of you endured in the past, and that you're connected because you both experienced, um, yucky, uncomfortable stuff, right? That's never the great way to be connected. You can be compassionate about that, but you can say, yeah, we have that in common, and then maybe we've even talked about it. But what I'm more interested in is how much in common we're going to have when we both really learn even more about loving ourselves and respecting ourselves. And then the end card is the Four of Wands, and I'll send you a picture of it because it's just lovely. It's sort of like, if you really are, this seemed like tedious explanation, but part of that is because it is sort of tedious and repetitious what they're asking you to do, or at least it seems so. Once you get on to the flow of self appreciation and it's genuine and you don't have to force it, it you won't care if anybody ever gives you a compliment again. You won't care, because you know who you are in every moment, and you know that you're appreciating you, and you know that the universe is appreciating you, and you know that God and the angels are appreciating you. And if another human never saw your value, not even once again, which is not going to happen, but if it never ever happened, it doesn't matter, because you know how lovable and amazing you are. And then, you know, if you work on those things a little at a time, not burdening yourself at any one moment, you get this beautiful sort of, it's the end of the cycle, the process of starting to work on healing the past, but it's the beginning. It will sort of be the official beginning of the relationship, right? Because right now you're loving spending time together and stuff like that, but you guys, it looks to me like maybe a little bit you trauma bonded, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you guys undo that, the type of um, even if you decide you guys aren't romantically linked forever, the type of bond that you will have will be a friendship that will be unbreakable, because you're going to teach each other the most important thing, which is you're both worthy and lovable. And this end picture, I got to take a picture of it for you. This end picture is sort of like, now that we've we've begun the beginning, right? We finished the beginning part, the introductions of ourselves to ourselves and each other. Now we can like even more officially begin just living. And I'm sending you this picture. It's very romantic, and it is almost sort of like first date, or first official dance or party or something vibes. And here we go. Come on, picture. Okay, there we go. And it's just so lovely. The end game of loving yourself is a relationship with whomever you like, and they like you, and it's going to be just of complete ease, right? Because I think we're taught that butterflies mean something good. And actually, when you're really happy and you're on the couch with that big cat and you're chilling and eating a snack and watching TV, you don't have butterflies in your tummy because you're comfortable in your skin, you're comfortable with the cat, you're comfortable giving yourself the snacks you want, and and then you have this really serene love life, which is amazing. It's amazing because you have that serene base. Then, if you guys want to do something cuckoo, crazy fun together, you know you're going to always return to that soft, like warm place to land. Hold on here. Now I gotta see what's up here. Oh, he calls me every 8 a.m. and after working at bed. Angie looked in. Hey, Pixie. And Angie waved. I did my nails tonight. Red, of course. Okay, pretty. We balance each other. We have moments where we are quiet. We do that. He works in government. He calls his sister every Sunday night. It's when they talk. I understand, yes. When I get tired, I tell him I'm tired. He's learning to read me, and he can look at me and he will ask, "Are you tired?" Yeah, it's being different between trees. We laugh a lot. We tell jokes. That's awesome. Wow, I've started sleeping with a baby doll and I'm sleeping better. That's awesome too. Yes, he's had bad relationships. Okay, good. Okay, so I know it always is tedious. However, I could go fast, but then that means we'd have 19 more readings about the same thing moving forward in time rather than just covering it now. Now, without me being tedious about anything, do you have any like cutesy or little specific questions about him? Or even because this was so much about you loving yourself, do you have any questions about that? Or do you want to know what your guide's favorite thing about you is, or anything like that? Um, any queries at all? Doing my nails like Dolly Parton. Do, 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 do. Okay, no, ma'am. Well, I'm sorry if that was tedious, but they just really want to hammer home that you should rest a lot and revel. Rest and revel. Revel in the amazingness that is yourself. Revel in the amazingness that is any quiet moment you have alone, because once that happens, being with him or anyone else for that matter is just a bonus. You're already having an amazing, fun, wonderful, love filled time. Just you, yourself, and you. And actually, buffalo, beaver, and lizard spirit makes sense in that context. Buffalo, the abundant universe will provide. Beaver, lay a solid foundation. And lizard, dream the world into being. That's awesome. Hopefully, next time you'll get a turtle. Sounds like you love the turtles. You're welcome. Maybe sometime in the future we can do one instead of general about you and him so I can see, like, eventually, when people aren't so tired. Because it's always fun to see, like, the schmoopy, stuff too. You look in the cards and go, "Oh, I see the new relationship schmoop," and it's really endearing. You can sense a difference. What in Claudia's cat? What kind? 3 days apart. So he's July. Is yeah. Okay, yeah. Because I think you're the 20th, right? Are you the 20th? I think you're the 20th. No, I had it wrong. You're the 8th. I'm sorry about that. No, I thought you were. I was convinced. Less anxious. Yeah. Um, I sort of saw out of the corner of my eye when I was, I don't know, shuffling or disappearing or something. You guys met on the internet. Was it like a dating site or was it like I'm just curious because like, is it a doofy story where it's like, well, we were playing in Yahoo Games and we were playing Plinko and we decided to chat? Oh, maybe that's why, because you're in the 20s in Leo territory, Miss Cat. That might be why my brain went, what? A dating site. Okay. So I guess it stands to reason that you would be dating, because I guess on a dating site you would expect to be dating instead of it being like, well, I was selling an old thing on Craigslist and we got to talking about antique shopping carts or whatever. Yes, ma'am, I'm 16. I'm forever 16 years old. What is your favorite, Claudia, about your new beau? What is your favorite physical thing about him? And what is your favorite non physical thing about him? Dragonfly Spirit. Put these beautiful animal cards back. There's this lady right now. I got to think of what her channel is. She does some tarot, and she's got an oracle deck that she uses. And usually it's like, oh, cool, everybody's got different tools, and that's neato. But she's got this oracle deck. I'm in love with it. Like it's almost like a person, and like she never mentions what it is, and I think I've seen other people ask, and I've started leaving it in comments. what Oracle deck is that? And no answer, right? So then I've gotten desperate. It's almost like I'm stalking it because I like take screenshots of like a card when she has it up on the screen. And then I try to do that thing where you can look up a picture through Google, but for some reason it's not registering as to where it came from. It's crazy. Like I'm actually stalking a deck of cards. He's a hugger, and I like all of him. He treats me well. He's unafraid to tell people about me. That's nice. And what are his hobbies? Does he like to sing, or does he like to go fishing? Um, does he like to go square dancing? Is he a boot scoot boogie kind of guy? Come on, come on, little bag, zip up. Oh, I see. They're like, we're not letting you. You're supposed to shuffle it before you put it back to bed. Computers. He used to dance. He has health issues, but he takes care of himself. Well, that's nice. Hi, Egg. How are you? What kind of egg are you? Like, are you a turkey egg, a dove egg, a chicken egg, an ostrich egg? Ooh, the Waltons. Old school but fun. Ooh, Turner Classic Movies. Do you have like a favorite series? Because I'm a big fan of old black and whites. I like, hmm. Well, I like all the Thin Man series movies. You know, I like Nick and Nora Charles quite a lot. And okay, sleep well, Miss Claudia. We'll talk to you later. Thanks for popping in. Cool. Awesome. Sleep beautifully. Well, you don't need to be sorry. It's very late. I wasn't even planning on streaming tonight. I was working on my schedule to start on another project, and um, I usually read that person privately, but it needed to be sort of through the guise that she was just sitting there kicking it, watching it YouTube, right? So that's why it's sort of we popped on really fast, and then we're silent for 20 minutes because it was like we popped on as soon as like the second we needed to, but then we needed to like I had no cards, no stones, no anything. So we go late anyway, but heck, um, this was sort of fast, not even thought about it. Good night, Miss Cat. Hopefully we'll talk tomorrow because I was going to call you about, our joint experience the other night to see with a few days time what you had thought about it and stuff, and then she was having trouble, so you know, we wound up here. Have beautiful sleep. I hope you're staying cool there. Yeah. Egg, you're so nice and eggy. You're egg-tacular. Oh, Miss Christie, you were quiet. Did you fall asleep again? Oh, also, just with a yes or a no, did you get my email finally, Miss Christie? I finally was able to write you back. I just want to make sure you saw it. You don't need to comment if you don't want to. Okay. Just wanted to make sure it got to you. Your earbuds are tired too. Well, you got a good deal. You got a good deal. They're really hanging in there. So, yeah. Okay, good. I'm very glad. I just, it took me a while, but I didn't want to be rude and like not answer you. I just wanted to think about it and then make sure you received it. Okay. So, yes. Sleep well, everybody. I don't know who's still staying. I'm staying for a few. I don't know if Ange is staying for a minute or not, but thank you guys for coming. And have beautiful nights and days. Do 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 do. Egg. Sorry, I had to mute. I know most people are leaving anyway, but I had to mute so I could give Egg a little kissy. I know Egg pretty well. The first statement, Egg, caught me a little off guard. By the second round, I was like, I know who that is. My favorite person in the whole wide world. Egg. Egg, egg. There go my ego. Miss Angela, did you leave? Are you still here? I know it's late. Night, Miss Cat Cat. Love you. Okay, I thought you still were here. I know it's late and you might be tired, but I was just wanting to know how you was. I was feeling like just now, like I don't mean the whole time, just now, like I was feeling like, I wonder what's going on over there. Like I wonder if one of your kiddos, or maybe more, but one of your kiddos perhaps made you nervous or something recently. I inhaled a lot of air laughing at egg. Not sure if there's a lag or what. Yeah, there is. There's a big lag. Okay. This is a lag, so I'm be curious. Like I'm looking at a time to see. I'm going to set a timer about when I ask the question, and then I'll see when you hear it. Hold on a second. Got to get to the stopwatch. Okay. So my question is, how's the horde? What's the update? The egg. Egg Avengers, assemble! Okay, there we go. Okay, so it's like about a 35-second lag. Okay, it's not a whole minute. Horde is still Horde. Has there been any... Oh, it's going! Okay, it's going slowly but surely. This is good. Is it actually being... Did he actually really set up a place to sell off stuff? I've been sort of curious if there's any art, if he's going to sell any art from that horde. Right, but he was like, at one point you said he was gonna like rent, I don't know if it was a storefront or I think it, or a booth or something, and he was gonna sell off stuff. And so I was sort of curious if there was any old, like any old paintings or something, because I'm interested in old paintings in general, but also even if the painting is sort of blah, blah, I'm interested in the older frames, and I enjoy taking them and painting over old paintings. A building. Is it in your town proper? And like, is it big? I had a dream. Okay, so here's the thing. Wait, hold on. The previous owner's wife had stuff in the front, and he rented out the shop in the back to some company. And he rents the building next door to Jimmy's boss. Okay. Um, so he's the landlord. Hmm. It's I don't know if it's true or not, but it has seemed to me when you talk of Jimmy, where he works presently, that he's pretty happy there. But it just makes me wonder. Oh, that's what I was going to say about Sandy Claus there. I was waiting on the lag and then I was shuffling and I got distracted. I had a dream that Santa Claus invested in you next, and that you bought like another bounce house, and you bought like an inflatable slide and something else, and you sort of became like, you know the place where kids there, and maybe even a town or two over, go for, just like, they were already talking about, on your own land, being able to do birthdays and stuff. But like in this dream, right, he backed you and got you a few more inflatables. And then, dreams are so truncated. I saw you like take them, take the inflatables out a couple places, like renting them and stuff. But then you had like an indoor place where it wasn't like they were required to um, only be outside. So, like every time you weren't doing in the dream, and every time you weren't doing an outside party, all your inflatables were in this space, in this indoor space, and so you were charging people, to come there on rainy days and stuff and get their jumpies out, and your kiddo. Was taking photos. That's so cool. See, I looked up and he's doing Jimmy have a mechanic shop in the back, and she's just got a thrift shop up front. Hello, Egg. I love you. I love you, Egg. The incredible edible egg. Oh, my birdie's up. Okay. We all quiet. Miss Pix. I need to touch base with Kat tomorrow. I need to touch base with you tomorrow sometime. But, it'll probably be in the evening. If and that's all right by you. I'm going to cut it. Egg planted his egg there. Oh, went by the house the other day, and to my surprise, there were a lot of totes emptied. Wow. Wow. That's serious progress, especially considering. But yeah, so I'm going to call it here. We all quiet. We'll let Egg, are you still here? Will you lay one more egg in the chat for us? Then we'll tuck your little eggie in and kiss it goodnight. Look, Eggpocalypse. Oh, the porch is cleared. When the porch is cleared, and I'm going to talk to you tomorrow anyway, but when the porch is cleared, I would really like a picture of, how the lattice is out front, but inside the lattice work are the windows that go into the house. I would really like a picture of that. Okay, Eggpocalypse, that's good enough. This is not that Farmville where you have to have so many eggs to lay your chickies. That's good. That's enough. Thank you though for laying the eggs. Okay, thank you for coming, Miss Pix. We'll talk tomorrow about some stuff and things. I'm setting up a schedule for my other place. Well, you saw that. I texted you about it, but I have, just like with Kat, I have collaborator questions. With you, I have collaborator questions. So, okay, Egg, I love you. I'm going to cut this off now. Good night, everybody. Send in love and light.